there we go. The robot caught up. Yeah, I need a robot in YouTube chat to be able to hook into it. And because YouTube sucks, you have to point it towards a new one every single stream instead of just your channel, imagine. But with the way the Twitch phone app has been going, I'll take sucks over that
Twitch
thing.
Prime.
Jesus. All right. How you guys doing this fine evening?
Good
man.
job, King.
Good job, King. What do we got here? Bake606, thanks for Big Prime. 2 months. Hey, thanks for liking my stuff. And being new, Rat People. Oh, my nose itches. Relatable, am I right? Ugh. Servidami, thanks for the tier 1, 6 months. Hello, Mr. Woe. Are you ready for Rat People? You know I am. I am ready for Rat People. All that time, the smart shoppers, many of them, they're like, damn, I really like rats, but I'm waiting for that update, because they're gonna have to give us an update. Our shit's so old. And then both barrels, 1 and 2. It's looking good. It's looking good for the rats. That shit looks sick. Good work. Yeah, Twitch. Yeah. Twitch mobile is buggy. Yeah, and they did, I don't know, social media platforms that weren't built for it have got it into their heads that everyone wants TikTok. And I am an old man who yells at cloud, you know. And I gotta say, boomer complaint. Fucking stop. Please, God, stop. Please. I hate YouTube Shorts. I hate the Twitch thing that has started just spamming me with crap when you open it up. TikTok stuff. Get it out. I hate that. Anyway, it's fine. At this point, the last of the resin in AOS is 10 kits. Festivus the Leech Lord still sold in the AOS page. But I don't know that he has rules or anything, so he's out soon. The 2 Corn Juggernauts and 7 Ogre models. Yeah, I was about to say the majority of the last fine cast in the game in this guy's army. I wonder what will happen. We're on a knife's edge. Either glorious victory, big refresh, reimagining, AOSified, sized up, or maybe this is our last edition. One of the two, we'll see. I'm kind of waiting with bated breath here. Please no shorts, especially when you search for things. Yeah, you can, by default, they spam you with them when you search for anything because their search feature has degraded in quality precipitously in the past few years. There is a heading at the very top where you can click only video, but it still only shows you like 20 results, and then it just stops. I'm like, you got a billion videos. Keep going. Let me hit next page, bro. You got a billion videos. When I type in a search, let me keep going till I find it. Anyway. Meanwhile, the Fire Slayers have some of the worst plastic. Yes. But that's because the idea was bad from the get-go. The newest Fire Slayers stuff has been good. A market improvement, I would say. Coincidentally, the more clothes they have tends to be the better the sculpts are. But they're working on it too. Fire Slayers was a weird one. Looking forward to new stuff of that as well. HeyWoah 5th edition ogres squaring off against Stormcast. Yeah, maybe. We'll see. And shorts suck for creators too. I don't mean to have this be a complainy stream, but shorts suck for creators as well. When people are watching shorts like they're watching TikTok, it's just things. Funny thing goes away, funny thing goes away, funny thing goes away. The whole point for a creator is you want people to see something of yours and then go to your channel, right? And that's like a rare occurrence. Yeah, either the reboot or just the boot. Yeah, exactly. Xanin. Interesting Gujual. HeyWoah. Do I have any other options besides Tzeentch if I want a magic army focused on damaging nuke burn magic, whatever you want to call it? Damage nuke burn magic. There used to be a lot of armies that did that, and we had a season where every army could do that. But all that shit's in the past.
Twitch Prime.
Short answer, kinda no. I don't think. They think spell damage is amazing. And so to them, when they're typing a spell, and it's like a 12-inch range spell, roll a shit D3, you know? They think, in their heads, they're like, this is strong. And it's not, but they think it is. If you play Stormcast Eternals, maybe you think that's strong. Because you pay for a lot of armor, and mortals kind of circumvent that. But, actually, maybe Seraphon, I don't know. Seraphon historically have done a lot of that. So maybe they still do. We haven't gone over Seraphon's index yet. Maybe they still have kept some of that. So put a pin on that one, maybe. Can Nagash do something like that? In the past, yeah, now no. Yeah, I see some people mentioning Seraphon. That could be. That could be. Lord Vladik, thanks for the Prime. 35 months. Big stream. Big sub. I had a big sub today. Shit was delicious. It was pretty good. It can't touch, you know, I'm in Wisconsin, right? So kind of can't touch the subs you used to get when I lived in Chicago. But it was pretty good. I'm not like a sub eater necessarily, but it was a good one. Subs are nice because they put a salad inside of it, and so it's real efficient, you know, food type wise. Is Hand of Dust even good anymore? It was never good. Or is Nagy Prime shelf material? He was always shelf material. There was a brief point in time in 2nd edition where him plus a bunch of Grimghast Reapers was good, but for the majority of the game, Nagash has been mostly bad, just shelf guy. So if he wasn't, it would be like an exception to the rule. I don't know who's playing with him now. I actually don't. I have no idea who's playing with him now. It happens every turn. That seems good. It's combat range only, right? Used to do a funny door trick with it, but it wasn't really good because he was too expensive. It could fuck people up for sure, but...
Twitch Prime.
I'm not sure. Put a pin on that. I haven't done a lot of death armies. What indexes have you not gone over yet? I have a list of them. I can tell you right now. I have not done Hedonites of Slaanesh, Sylvaneth, Khorne, Daughters of Cain, Tzeentch, Soulblight, Guava Lords, Skaven. No, I did Skaven just last stream. I did Skaven. Seraphon, Nighthaunt, Lumineth, Gitz. Those are the ones I haven't done yet. I'd like to get to them today, but I'm just trying to chill for a minute, if that's all right. Watch some rainy walks in Japan. Have the AC on. Well, not really the AC, it's a fan, but I hope you can't hear it. Everybody's got their busy lives and busy days. Sometimes you just need to slow down a little bit. Take it in. The three big magic factions are Lumineth, Seraphon, and Tzeentch. I would put it that way, yes. I would phrase it like that. Other factions, depending on the edition or the season or whatever, lean into magic or don't lean into magic, or have a great wizard, one or maybe a few good wizards or a few good spells, but Lumineth, Seraphon, and Tzeentch are the thematically high casting super wizard like factions, you know. Ogre wizards are good right now, but I wouldn't call them like a magic army or anything, you know. Slaves to Darkness used to be able to 3d6 cast stuff, and that was super powerful, but I wouldn't call them like a magic army necessarily. And maybe, what is it, Hammerhalt? No, Anvil Guard? Which one? It was neither of those. One of the cities of Sigmar was briefly that, but only for like a season, and then it went away. OBR wants a lot of wizards, but they're not, I wouldn't call it like a magic army. Hallowheart, that was the thing, Renas Eruption, that's it. Speaking of Renas Eruption, thanks to the Big Prime, 33 months. Hell yeah, get back from a fun GT with a golden ticket. Had a minor medical procedure I've been waiting a long time for, and get a HeyWoah stream. Hey, big chillin'. Congratulations on the GT with the golden ticket and the minor medical procedure. Please enjoy. Get up on the Hydras, big. Barred from entry. Are we talking about Cities of Sigmar Hydras? If so, yeesh. No thanks. Not now, not ever. But you could have been talking about a lot of stuff. Bone Splitters could do a lot of damage with magic? Not really. The one hero had a ability that could, but they could have leaned into the big magic Bone Splitters thing, but they never really did. I felt like they should have, but they never really did it. It's there in the themes of it, or I should say, twere. What do you do with 9 spells? Manifestations, cast every spell in the lore, and then just spam your unlimited, I guess. Nagash with Flesh Eater Courts can rack up 6 royal crowns in 1 round. Yeah, but you can do that with Big Oosh. Oh, I see the rest of your message. If you forget that you can do that with Big Oosh, yeah. For a third of the price or whatever it is, yeah. And it's a guy from your army. And in a perfect world, you're playing stuff from the army that you chose rather than needing to rely on the crutch of some outsourced guy, even if he is kind of on theme as your god, right? Or avatar. Big chillin' with HeyWoah while you find your way around Crescent Reach for the first time. Ooh, EverQuest mentioned? I mean, you're mentioning Crescent Reach, so it's not original, you know, the ancientest boomer EverQuest, but it's still fine by me. Miyabi. Oh, you were the one who's playing a Beastmaster. You're in for a grind, let me tell you. Beastmaster leveling is spinning 5 plates at the same time and obsessing about mana efficiency. And screaming at your pet. But it is fun. They're good, they can solo. You gotta do a bunch of shit, but they can solo. And not every class could back then. Eventually you get Spirit of the Wolf, you get some speed stuff, you got a bunch of buffs. Your pet is a dog at the exact level you purchased the spell, and then they taper off pretty harsh. But it's only 4 levels until your next one. And then when you get higher level, the thing is it's the huge Axeman, the Wolverine, except as a pet. Gets a ton of procs and stuff, which is super strong. Do Bone Splitters still have that ability? I never looked. They slated the army for deletion 1 year from the launch of 4th edition, and so I have already pre-screened them. They're out. They're out of my head. If you have a 1 year shelf life before you're out of the game, to me, you're out right now. I'm not trying to think about them. It's the same thing every time they release a Warcry warband or whatever Underworlds thing. It's going to be in the game for a little while and then go away, and so I just never bothered to look into them. I hope they win tournaments. I hope people who already own the stuff win super hard. To kind of stick it to the man a little bit. But aside from that, I don't care. Big time enjoyers, player 1. Augustus Brand. HeyWoah on my new fiber intranet. No more skipping. Damn, I'm jealous. Maximum jealousy attained. I'm not able to get fiber where I live, which almost caused me to move. I think about it every week. I might. But then again, I resolved to buy a coffee maker and I still haven't, and it's been about 6 months, so I have a ponderous pace of decision-making and action, which perhaps works to my detriment a little bit here and there. But anyway, good on ya. Big internet. Is Zinch good at the moment? Yes. They seem to be posting good tournament results, but you don't see it in the index. Is it just manifestation spam? Not just, but also yes. It's not just that. But yes. You love Firebelly since Fantasy, so you keep ODing on Hopium for them to be viable in the future? I mean, it's one model that probably should have got retired a few years ago. I don't know. I would prefer them to refresh Gutbusters, just everything, refresh BCR, just everything. That's my Hopium, right? Instead of inventing a whole new faction, right? Hey, here's a bunch of ogre stuff. It's a brand new Islander fire breather people. And then the Gutbusters, hey, enjoy your fine cast for another 5 years. I don't know. To me, but I guess everybody's got their angle. I don't particularly care for the Islander fire guy Zulu stuff anyway, so it's not an aesthetic I like. But Gutbusters aren't really an aesthetic I like either, so I suppose it doesn't matter what I think. Have you seen any 2X KO alpha stuff? Yeah. Doesn't hit me. It's not just because I don't like League of Legends, and I don't like the League of Legends art style. What I did notice, and I don't like the name, but what I did notice was the team they assembled to make the game had a very impressive pedigree, but not enough for me to give a shit until I am forced to. Because it's such a huge brand and a huge company, and they have so much money that they'll probably be able to sponsor tournaments that offer real prizes, I will someday be forced to care, probably, as a viewer, but I don't naturally. Starlink is shit.
Twitch Prime.
Is it Rat Day? Well, Saturday was Rat Day. I'm just cruising on the hype because all the rats looked so good. I really liked them. Destruction has Kragnos, Death has Nagash, Fireslayers still can't get Gotrek. I mean, of course they can. Like those other armies, you just have to ally them in. You wish Flesh Eater Courts didn't need Big Oosh. Same. I wish their noble deeds I wish the way that you got Noble Deeds wasn't asking you to play a different game than AOS, where your little tiny heroes want to enter combat. What? Okay. That being said, I would almost prefer Big Oosh to be necessary than completely worthless. Although, now we're choosing between two bad options, right? Thanks for the first time chat, person who typoed. Funny. Funny first time chat, G period, comma. Minigun Lover, same actually. Thanks for the Prime. 4 months on a 3-month streak. What's up? Love the content. Keep it up. Keep it big. Thanks for liking my stuff. I appreciate it. With a name like that, thanks for enjoying my Rift streams as well. Although I'm just guessing there. And in a vacuum, I'd probably guess wrong. Did you see the Immortan Joe Rat skull gas mask on one of the Globadiers? Yeah. Dude, it's so sick. I even like the balding middle management asshole rat. I like that guy. With his 2 little helpers that are holding his stuff for him. I even like that guy. Yeah, hitting that Dark Crystal, Labyrinth, Secretive Nim kind of vibe. I'm here for it, for sure. This is Huge Hero plus Reinforced Block, the addition so far? Yes. Yeah. Well, I don't know about that. To me, it's the... Throughout all of Age of Sigmar, little tiny heroes that weren't wizards and didn't have some absurd synergy were literally useless, right? That's been a problem every edition. They've never solved it. And this is the most that problem exists, I think. I think this is the most for that. Reinforced infantry, cavalry, and then some sort of the minimum amount of heroes you can possibly run that all cast spells and summon manifestations. Did we already look at the rats? Yeah, Saturday there's a whole stream about it. They are so good. So good. Tiblock. Excited for rats. Held off getting on them because the sculpts are so old, and your patience has been rewarded. Thanks for being a smart shopper. You're content with your lizards. Nice. Excited for the Skaven Battle Force at the end of the year that has all the new models in it, or at least the big boy and some storm vermin, yeah. One of the best reveals for the game in years. The bar was already set quite high with Seraphon and FEC. Yeah, dude, they got in and they got out. No, they didn't waste any time yapping. I wonder if this was a test or something of a new system. It was like 13 minutes long or something like that. I think it wasn't really. I think people just joke about that because of the rat number, right? Funny rat number. But they rolled in, said hello, showed all the shit, went to the couch, talked to the designers, went back, showed some stuff. Peace out. Hey, alright, sure. They threw a promotion for Space Marine 2 in there, I think, or something. Some 40k thing I was too AOS pilled to understand. And it was a fun little cut-in. Didn't waste too much time. Nice. I'll take those. If it's going to be a short show but everything's a banger, alright, thanks. I got places to go, although I don't, and people to see, although I don't. I'm a busy man. What do you do for your day job? Hey, well, I'm an editor. Don't forget about Slaves to Dankness. Beautiful refresh. The perfect refresh, just about, yeah. Loved it. Slaves to Darkness and Skaven can do that, though. There are 2 factions that have the privilege to be able to do that, because their themes and styles, their whole style guide for Slaves to Darkness and Skaven are already great. They're not flawed, right? The Chaos Warrior is awesome. The whole Skaven Scryer aesthetic thing is iconic and awesome. All you need to do is give it PS5 graphics up from Nintendo 64, right? And then show how much better of sculptors you are now, right? And so Skaven Slaves of Darkness, you can do that. And it really does matter if you faithfully upgrade this and that, and it still has the things from the old days. They respected the history, but now, we're just kind of improving it, and that's cool. There are some factions where they need something new, Gutbusters for sure, Fire Slayers for sure, right? Factions where when they eventually get an upgrade or a re-release or a refresh or a new wave added, they do need to fix some of the main huge problems with them visually. So those are going to be harder to do. Maybe not harder to do, just hard in a different way. It was for Kill Team. Okay. HeyWoah sculptors are just fantastic. Each swing knocks it out of the park. Yeah, they're very good. And they're allowed to be much more creative than they are allowed to be in 40K. 40K sculptors are kind of in a straitjacket. I don't think they're allowed to be very creative there, because all of the players are absolutely obsessed with every single rivet on the side of every tank and rule to follow and stuff. I don't know if that's really it or not, but I've never been much impressed by the 40K models compared to AOS. It was one of the reasons I got into AOS in the first place. Sculpts are better, the models are better, they're more interesting. And over time 40K has been reducing the amount of gothic stuff and increasing the amount of Call of Duty stuff, which makes me recoil like a vampire held in front of a cross, right? Just, ugh, no. So, just kind of world building and aesthetically, and what used to be, what was once perhaps satire, but now is kind of watered down to be a question mark. It also makes the sculpts more boring as well, I think. AOS doesn't have Joe Caro money, though. I don't know who that is. I'm too AOS pilled to get specific references in 40K. Yo, by DK, get a new wave. Good pun. Good pun. Stormcast is not even the coolest set of faction aesthetics. No, not even close. I mean, their new stuff looks very good, but they've long been made fun of. Right? And their stuff compares pretty favorably to Space Marines, right? Jokero is a monkey, so you won't like him. Yeah, I am not a monkey enjoyer. Don't like monkeys. You know your streamer well. The Sanguinor is a good example. Yeah, I looked at those. It's been kind of kicking around Twitter because I don't think anybody likes them. And, you know me, natural contrarian, I'm like, damn, everyone doesn't like something, so I'm prepared to like it. I looked at them and I'm like, I don't like them. I don't like them at all. World's most boring release, holy. No, Look, you can only be a professional hater, you can only be so contrarian. Johnson Screamin', thanks for being on a watch streak. Big. With the HeyWoah scuff big as well. Skaven KO adds the level of old Warcraft-esque clockwork tech that is the spice that Warhammer thrives on. I like that tech level as well. Can't be Tolkien when you ride in on techno blimps that shoot a mouse that's pointing a Gatling gun at you, yeah. I like how Skaven kind of have nuclear energy a little bit. It's like Warpstone is kind of like fantasy nukes, right? And then KO have God Steam and stuff. It's sweet. I like it. HeyWoah dislike list starting with centaurs, birds, and monkeys. True. Yeah, don't really like monkeys. Birds make noise, and I don't like that. And people having birds as pets ruined them for me forever. It's a terribly sad thing. And it means that you actively hate peace and quiet. You just don't like it. I guess some people just don't like peace and quiet. And if so, then perhaps get a bird. And then you can have shrieking noises at all hours, no matter what. And centaurs I just think are stupid. They're just really stupid. When you think about the centaur, it's too stupid for me. That's all. So Norwegian Dude thinks a tier 1 gifter to the community. Appreciate it. I really hope Cities gets more steampunk. Same, and I hope that it lands upon Dispossessed. Because if what you see in the new wave of cities right now is what the humans can do, dude, imagine what the dwarves can do. Let's go. I'm actually hesitantly excited, but also a little concerned that they're just getting dropped off, right? So here's hoping. Do dragon ogres count as centaurs? In the umbrella, yeah. In that they're dumb, yeah. Centaur-like being, you know, close enough. Kids are just hungrier birds, yeah, which is why I don't have any. Never wanted any, never got any. If I wanted loud, destructive things that had to become my job forever, at the expense of anything else I was doing, I don't know. Sounds like, I don't know, would I rather go to prison? I'm not sure. It just sounds, it's not me. And if you don't want kids, don't have them. It's been my rule, and it's worked out for me. You don't think centaurs are dumb, but they are definitely an affront to the concept of spines. Yeah, that's a funny way to put it, I think. HeyWoah 1, kids 0. Get shit on, kids. Is centaur worse than bird or monkey? They're different. Birds and monkeys are real, centaurs aren't. And so you're comparing fantasy things to real things. In which case, I would say birds and monkeys, because those are real. I don't know. What's up, Thief P? What about llamas? I've seen some in real life. Goofy creatures, for sure. I don't think they would be improved by having arms coming out of their neck, though, right? Like a cactar or something, it would look like. What a silly thing. It's taken you years to realize 40k just isn't for you. You have no strong opinions on any of these releases. New rats are all bangers, though. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. No need to force yourself to enjoy something you don't. Even if it's Age of Sigmar, right? I've probably gotten people into Age of Sigmar and then later they decided it's not for them. No big deal. Life's too short to force yourself to like things that you don't, I think. Funnily enough, a monkey ruined modern, and now a bird ruined modern even more. Yeah, Nadu. That was... Nadu must have been a Skullclampian kind of last minute change. It's not like a mythic or anything. It must have just been, I bet it was the number of times the thing can proc or something like that. The price on her isn't even that high. Oh, pink hair girl. Anyway, the price on her isn't even that high. Because everyone just knows it's getting banned everywhere. You're mostly a lore guy and you like 40k as a setting, but the minis and tabletop just aren't for me. That's, to me, that's it. It's exactly how I feel and have felt my whole life. I've been aware of 40k since, like, I don't know, the late 90s. And I'm like, this lore is sweet. No, not really the lore. The setting is awesome. And the art is dumb but really cool. And the game looks terrible. And the models aren't great. And that was my like initial thought of it. And then over time, they've gotten some cool models for sure here and there. But, yeah. Phaedros X, HeyWoah. I feel GW may write off the Dispossessed like they did with the Phoenix Guard going to the Lumineth, basically. And Anvil Guard Dark Elves going in the Daughters. They could do that, yeah. That's an option for them. I hope they don't. Because one of the coolest parts of Cities was that it was a melting pot. And it was won by force. Because we have seen in the real world that that is actually the most powerful thing you can do. So like what's the oldest lie? Like the first lie that fascism tells you, right, is that your enemies are too strong for you to have rights, or, you know, we have to do this. We have to do these awful things and be this way and be this racist and all this other stuff because our enemies are simply too strong for us to take the high road, right? And it's like kind of a total lie, right? They're just trying to get in power, obviously. And so it was nice to see some fantasy stuff that followed real life a little bit. Where the melting pot of just stealing everybody's, whatever the culture is. Oh, hey, that shit's good. We taking that. All right, integrate it. I don't care what it is. We're trying to be the best at everything. If you've got something that's good, all right. Add it to the best heap, you know? So I'm hoping they do that kind of thing with Cities. Instead of just letting it languish and then it's another, like, every army is just 100% a race. Boring, you know? What does Broadcaster play in EDH? First of all, excellent throwback to the Broadcaster stuff from early Twitch. I like it. In EDH, well, I'll bring them up. Great question. I have 3 commander decks in real life. And those are, in order of how much I like them, Baba Lee Saga, green-black. Green-black Ancestor Recall Tribal Zhaodun lands. That's Baba Lee Saga. Essentially a lands deck. It's got 40-some lands. It's like a legacy 43 lands deck, except with a whole bunch of recursion, Zhaodun stuff, graveyard things. All the funny business, you know. Dark Depths and Field of the Dead and Thespian Stage and Cabal Coffers and all the funny stuff, right? But the central mechanic is you take a Mishra's Factory, and if you pay 1, it becomes a creature artifact land, which is 3 types. And so Baba can sack a land for 1, and it draws you 3, which is basically an Ancestor Recall. And so I play every land that does that on top of everything else. Very fun. That's my favorite one. Second one is Arden Crom, which is American colors, blue, red, black, or blue, red, white, I mean. Equipment, just Arden Crom equipment. Sort of like a Stoneblade legacy deck, except in commander form. And then Garth the Unlimited Boomer Works, which is 5-color Garth. I got collector's edition versions of Black Lotus and Shivan Dragon and all that. Then I just create little funny stuff to make. Give him haste, flicker him to reset, and try to kill people with Shivan Dragons. And besides that, it's kind of like a flicker deck. You know, exile return, it's kind of one of those. So everything else in there is like exile return. And it's like a boomer ass, you know, I run Chaos Orb in it as long as the rule 0 allows it and stuff like that, and flip the card from a foot up and just some goofy things like that. Anyway, thanks for the question. For the 3 Magic players in here that care. Yeah, and you get Sunforger in that. I did for a while, and then eventually I took it out. Because it was eating into way too much of the deck with the biggest Sunforger pack ever, you know? The toolkit. And finally I'm just like, you know what? If I'm gonna make a Sunforger deck, I'll just make a Sunforger deck. It was cannibalizing the rest of it. But Sunforger is really fun, and I like it. I would just put it in something where it belongs a little more to me. Imagine getting silenced or counterspelled right from the deck. Yeah. Yeah, a proper Sunforger package for sure. Weird boomer cards like Master Warcraft and, you know, all the rest. There's so many cool ones. Garth sounds like a fun one. It is a fun one. It's like the most expensive bad EDH deck ever, because it's got 10 original dual lands, and 10 triomes, and then 10 original fetch lands, and it's basically the land. And then all the cards are old crap, you know, and it's slow and it takes forever to set up, and you need haste and a flicker effect before you can cast Garth to get out any use out of him, really. So it's just this slow, ponderous, weird, like flickery kind of deck, but it's fun. Canonized Jolly Cooperation in COS? Yeah, true. You played Witcher 3? No. Or read anything about Slavic mythology? Not too much, no. I'm not knowledgeable about that area. Everybody says Witcher 3 is so good and that I should play it, and I have just dodged it. Not on purpose, but I just never got around to it. Never pre-assembled the Scaventide Reclusians. Good lord, I have so much regret doing this. So many layers of robes on chain, yeah. I have this problem, right? It's hard for me. Because when I'm assembling models, I like to finish them. It's just this basic caveman thing of the difference between unfinished and finished. I want to put everything together, you know? But I know it will hurt me when it comes time to paint, and I'll be trying to fit a paintbrush somewhere where the paintbrush just won't go, but you can definitely see inside of it. And so it's like I can see it, but the brush won't, and it's so annoying. And every time I'm like, I won't pre-assemble it. I'll leave it in whatever they call it, sub-assembly, you know. And then I almost never do. It's a problem. Great interactive narrative, very mid gameplay. Well, that's my jam. That's the games I like. I prefer those games. I like Mass Effect 1. If the complaint everybody has is the writing is great, the atmosphere is great, the characters are great, but the gameplay is just terrible, I consider that a good thing. I didn't want good gameplay anyway. I only care about the story. It's fine. Now, I guess the gameplay can't be too bad, obviously, right? But if it's just kind of sidelined and easy, fine, you know. I should clarify that I'm not looking for bad gameplay on purpose, obviously. It's a good thing when it's there, you know. I found the gameplay of Cyberpunk to be actually quite enjoyable. And that's not like a bad thing. You made the mistake assembling the Slam Starmaster. It looked great right up until I saw all the vines and foliage. Yeah. Live and learn. Vampire Bloodlines has some janky mechanics. Story carries it. True. For sure. Yeah, I blue tack my sub-assemblies now as well. When I do it. You can trick yourself into thinking that it's basically done. Somewhat related, you always quarter considers doing Bladegeist Revenants and sub-assemblies because you're trying to get, oh yeah, all up in there with the brush. And not to put them on bases. That's the final thing. At least don't glue it to the base. Just so you can do the undercarriage. You're a heathen who doesn't glue push fit minis until after you paint them, so you can fully assemble it, but disassemble when you need to fit a brush somewhere tight. Oh, okay. Yeah, I do it the way that I think a lot of people do, which is if I find myself with push fits, which I generally don't because all of my stuff is old, you gotta clip those off. Clip them off immediately because they rarely fit right. And so I clip them off and just glue them anyway. Every single Reclusian is basically a full-foot character sculpt. Yeah, that's why they're cool. Also, Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, KOTOR, holds up super well in gameplay and story, I agree. But I'm old and I remember playing it from back in the day, so maybe I'm tainted. Mass Effect 1 had the best writing? I don't know. It had the best plot. It had the strongest narrative, the first one. 2 maybe had the best writing, but that's kind of a hard to define. And let's not talk about 3. You know, Mass Effect gameplay improved leaps and bounds every single game, but it didn't matter, right? Or to me it didn't anyway. Yeah, you can blue tack to mimic a finished state, which is what I ended up doing. That was my compromise. Are you a Dark Souls, Elden Ring enjoyer? No. Well, let me give you the timeline. I can't say yes or no to that exact question. There was a game called, like, Demon Souls or Dark Souls or something that came out a million years ago. And I played it for like 20 minutes, and I'm like, these controls suck. I don't like this game. And then I, like, ignored the series for 15 years or something. And I watched a lot of speed runs of it, and it's a cool game to watch people play and speed run and challenge mode and stuff. But it didn't look that fun to play for me. And then I played Elden Ring when it came out, and Elden Ring was very nice. It was pretty challenging, but you could come at it in any way that you kind of wanted to. You got to memorize boss patterns, everything looks amazing, and there is a cool story underneath if you want to go searching for it. I liked Elden Ring. Never got the DLC. But, yeah, Elden Ring was nice. It was very good despite me not really liking that type of game, because the art style is so incredible. And the storytelling was very nice if you went to find it. And the controls finally were pretty smooth and decent and responsive, but I just don't really like that type of game. Running around, very simplified, you know, attacking, very mysterious, but not particularly deep, you know, character building stuff. Memorize boss patterns, I don't know, a little light there. Or just not something I'm really into. I don't want it to change to be something that I'm into, though. I think Dark Souls has a good thing going with their whole shit. And I don't want them to change on my behalf. I'll be a watcher for it. Elden Ring is probably the most approachable of any of their games, for sure. Probably. In that there's so many ways to, like, cheat through the game if you find it difficult, you know? You can summon stuff, you can do this, you can do that, you can grind, you can do things in whatever order almost. And so it's very approachable. But I hope they don't continue that trend. I always think it's kind of a sad thing when a game changes itself to hit a bigger audience. Godwin #1. The DLC is good for Midra's story and the cosmic horror of his concept alone. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I didn't really want to play any more Elden Ring. I was done with that. I beat Elden Ring, it was very fun, I enjoyed myself. But then they're like, hey, there's a DLC and it's actually huge and it's more Elden Ring. And I'm like, in my head, I'm like, I don't actually want any more Elden Ring. I played it and I liked it, but I'm not hungry for more. I'm glad they made a giant DLC for the people who liked it. But I wasn't like chomping at the bit for more of it. In terms of story and setting, Planescape Torment is #1. Yes, you are right. Sekiro is probably the hardest Souls game to get into. Yeah, because it has there's no cheaty codes, really. I don't think, anyway. I'm told there isn't even, like, very much building, like, builds and stuff you can do to cheat at the game to be overpowered with combos. You actually have to learn how to play. Which is why Sekiro, I think, isn't too popular among diehard, loud, outspoken Demon Souls fans and Dark Souls fans and stuff. They like for people to think that they're good at games because they beat Dark Souls. Right. But actually what they did is look up some overpower build that makes the game trivial. And if they can't do that and they have to actually get good, then they don't like the game. But maybe I'm just throwing stones now. Speaking of FromSoft, AC6 was an absolute blast. I loved AC6. Big fan. Quality ass mecha game. Love it. The mech design too is so good. You always feel a little sad when you hear that sentiment because you've been brought into the fold of some things that may have simplified themselves to get people like you, like D&D. Yeah. Yeah, that's the double-edged sword. No one's wrong. It's just someone has to eat shit, you know. It's a zero-sum world a lot of the time. I look at properties that I have been playing since late 80s, early 90s, like Dungeons & Dragons, and I've seen the whole thing. I've watched the whole thing transpire, right? And, you know, it's not really for me anymore. It's not really the thing that I like anymore. It's morphed, it's changed. Things must. Nothing is forever. It's captured a much wider audience because of the things that it has done. But it's not really what I wanted from it. And I'm in the minority in there. It's more popular than ever, right? But it's too bad. Whatever. I can play the old editions if I want to, you know? That being said, D&D 5.5, I think is what they're calling it now. I got the full player's handbook. I was going to do a stream where I went over it and read through it all. I liked 5th edition well enough. I'm not going to, like, say that it's bad or anything. I liked 5th edition when it came out. Hell, it came out after 4th edition. The edition that was so bad, it spawned Dungeons & Dragons' biggest competitor company. It created it out of thin air called Pathfinder and Paizo and stuff. They would have never gotten as popular as they did if 4th edition wasn't so shit. And so 5th edition, when it came out, I really liked it. Very streamlined, very simple, very easy to pick up and play for new players, but ultimately pretty shallow. Good fun, for sure, but, you know, I was kind of hoping for a 6th edition and maybe a crunchy one, but I know nobody likes crunchy games anymore. Anyway, I was going to look over 5.5 and see how it is. You want easy to learn, hard to master? What about easy to buy? And then the sentence just ends. Because that's the target nowadays. Anyway. D&D 2024. Is that what they're calling it? Because that's a bad idea. Because in 6 months, the year will be 2025. And so it's going to be awkward then. When's the next Rifts game? Next Thursday. Not this Thursday, but next. We do it every other Thursday. People got schedules and lives and stuff. Speaking of crunchy games. And shit rules. And the rules are bad in Rifts. But who cares? You fix them. It's part of the charm. Next Rifts game is, what is it? The 22nd, I think. Something like that. Right now I'm editing the episode 1 and 2 into as bite-sized a thing as I can possibly design. So they're not just live streams. I was planning on making videos out of them. It was just going to take me a while. So right now I'm editing episode 1 and 2 into them as bite-sized a chunk as I can for the main channel. So please enjoy. I think it's good fun. I'm still getting used to it. And what I mean is, I've been GMing forever, and I've been playing Rifts forever. And I've been playing D&D forever, and all sorts of other stuff, right? But it's a very different thing being a dungeon master around the kitchen table with the boys and their commander decks and flaming hot Cheeto, whatever. And then it's a very different thing to be on Discord and run a Discord D&D game. And then it's another thing to do that live in front of an audience. And now you got to be like, damn, this is a show. And you got to worry about dead air and how prepared you are and, all this other stuff. So it's a different experience GMing in front of a crowd. You have to have a lot more plans and a lot less winging it. Which is unfortunate because I prefer to wing it. But I'm trying. Maybe I'm over preparing. The dialogue between me and the players, I think, is at this stage a little too video gamey, where they say something and then I say a prepared paragraph right from the NPC. I want to move away from that a little more in the future. But for the first and second adventure, I wanted it to be really controlled and have a start, middle, end, everything's really cohesive. But it opens up after that. The Rift streams have been really made you want to get into it. Yeah. I mean, caution, you're going to have to house rule the rules a lot. Their rules are famously bad. They're not as bad as everybody says, but they need some house ruling for sure. But I consider that to be the least of any game's problems, really. Right? If you don't like a rule, fix it. That's what a GM is for. You can ignore any rule, make up any rule. That's the trick, right? Just like GURPS 4th. I've only played 1 or 2 GURPS a million years ago at Gen Con. And I didn't really like the system that much, but I liked the setting and the thing that the GM was doing. I guess that's the point. It's supposed to be able to just put any rules. You got an idea, here's rules for it, right? And so for that it worked. You just pull rules from other systems until you get all the full set you like. Yeah, it's fine. I mean, people pull adventure ideas from everywhere. Why not rules? As a game master, you can never be prepared for what players will do, but there are tricks to push them in the right direction. Sure, yeah. As long as you don't have like an adversarial relationship between your players. You know, players who are actively trying not to be a part of the game that everyone agreed that they would, you know? You can imagine, and this kind of thing happens when you're younger, maybe, of, all right, guys, we're going to do it's going to be a ghost hunting campaign. We're ghost hunters. And everyone's like, yeah, hell yeah, we're going to be ghost hunters. Sweet. All right, we're going to all make characters for it. All right, and then they do. And then they come back and you got like a cleric and a paladin and all this other stuff. All right, we're going to be ghost hunters. Let's go. What's your ghost hunting party name? We're going to be called
Good job, King.
We're going to be called the Ghostbusters. Okay, cool. And then you start the first game, and then you have all the characters randomly meet up in a bar, and then player A turns to player B in the bar and is like, hey, bud, you want to join a ghost hunting mercenary group? And player B's like, no. I don't. What's in it for me? No. I leave. And you're like, what? Okay. You know, as long as there's not stuff like that going on, right? Green Mountain, thanks for the tier 1 for 8 months. You ever play Gamma World? No, I don't think so. I've heard of it. Looks like a proto Rifts, but I don't think there was more than a handful of rulebooks. Okay, I've heard of Gamma World, but I've never played it. Proto Rifts would have to have been a long time ago. After many years of playing different TTRPGs, nothing is more important than player buy-in and having everyone be on the same page. Yeah, that's why I do group character building sessions. Like, not even a session 0, more like a session -1, where we're all at a table or in a Discord call and everybody's just like bouncing ideas off each other and coming up with character concepts and, ooh, the party doesn't have this, or what if there's this, we kind of need a guy that does this kind of thing. What are you thinking? Oh, for my backstory, I was thinking I'd do this. Yo, we could tie our backstory into this other thing, and that way you can kind of balance everybody out. Not just party balance, but also class balance and how strong you want everything to be or whatever. At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter how powerful the party is. You're just making it up, right? You just put, oh no, I've given items that are way too strong for a level 5 party to a level 5 party. Whatever shall I do? Give them monsters that are a challenge. What do you mean? If everybody's level 10, you send level 10 monsters against them. If they're level 20, you send level 20 monsters against them. It's fine. This shit is broken or this thing is overpowered stuff is just like, it doesn't matter at all. Some overpowered combination or class or ability or something is only a problem if it overshadows the other people in the party. Right. The monsters and the adversaries you'll face will just scale to whatever you want them to be. It's fine. Just make sure the party is balanced between them, and then that's the issue. Have you ever played Mothership? No. Like fantasy a lot more than sci-fi, but Mothership scratches the alien survival horror. Cool. It sounds like the type of game that I would have signed up for a test game at Gen Con in 1999 or something. First edition Gamma World was 1970s. Damn, truly is Proto Riffs. Cool. I might look into it just to see where the soup came from. Yeah, having everyone be on the same page and want to be there. That's mostly it. And adversarial games can be cool where you're, you know, it's a challenge and you're trying to kill the party and stuff like that, but I grew out of that quick, I guess. It's not like everyone's invincible and can't die or anything. In general, I tend to only kill the party or kill players when they have made some huge mistake, right? It's a dice game and randomness can happen, but I don't like to randomly kill people. I like for them to deserve it, right? that's fine. Either they'll kill it or they can run away. The campaign can deal with that in a fun narrative way. Yeah, I mean, a lot of times your players will never run from anything. And you could look at it two ways. One, oh, the hubris of players that they don't think they should run from any encounter. But also, yeah, kinda. They trust you as a GM to put stuff in front of them that they can reasonably defeat. So, you put something in front of them, you should also have made it pretty clear, through context clues or anything else in game, that this is one of the avoiding it encounters rather than the defeating it ones. Otherwise, it's kind of like, all right, we're going to show up for a game, cool. Hey, we're level 7, nice, so we fight this guy and he just destroys us. Oh. And the GM's like, you were supposed to run. And like, oh, we thought you were just balancing encounters, but I guess we were just supposed to run, got it. I mean, I put stuff like that in there all the time. I mean, in the Rifts game, the CJ Busta is here in chat, and Jupes and Vince and stuff. I have put non-player characters in front of them that they would have, like, it would kill the whole party if they tried to really fight it. But I'd like to think that I made it pretty clear, either that you're not really supposed to fight the person, or that it would kind of kill the whole party if you did, right? It's a different sort of thing. Some encounters are solved with combat, and some encounters are solved with interaction, and some encounters are maybe a puzzle or something like that. I'm thinking of at least two. You know, if you decided to randomly, and some people there would be no reason for you to fight them, but I guess you could if you're some kind of an asshole, right? If you decided to fight the Golden Dragon, it would probably kill you. I don't think the party can defeat her as an encounter. And if you tried to fight Mycostasis, that guy, the crazy Kuznia, the Silence from Metal Gear 3 looking old weird dude with the t-shirt with a peace sign on it inside of Trent, like Treant power armor that uses a birch tree as a hammer, whose head has a ICBM wrapped around it like a hammer. In the Leyline Druid Grove that's surrounded by a Stonehenge made out of nuclear missiles. If you tried to fight that guy, you could probably kill him actually, but several nuclear missiles would go off and you would all die. So there is that. But he wasn't like a combat encounter. He's just a weird guy. He's a weird fucking weirdo who is lucid half the time and kind of crazy the other half of the time, and he wants you to solve riddles and stuff. I could hear you cackling over Discord, which is good. That's production value. I'm going to include that, you know. That's not something I would cut out. I would keep it in. One of the things, unfortunately, is that when you're at a table, you can more clearly detect if what you're doing is people think it's funny or people like it, you know, because humans have facial expressions, right? But over Discord, when I'm doing all this other shit and managing all this, and maybe even somebody has their mic muted or something, it's hard to tell, and it's harder to bounce off. But yeah, those two people probably are the ones that would kill the party if you decided to fight them, but they're not really, like, supposed to be. If you assaulted the Northern Gun repeater satellite building, you would probably also die. But that's like a full installation. It's also owned and operated by Northern Gun, the company that makes robot suits and mech pilots, and they got some to protect it. I think there's a Grizzly in the garage underneath it. The 30-foot tall, like, mobile weapons platform thing, with a pretty good pilot. As well as a bunch of Spider Walker railguns and... Jeez. Like 7 on a patrol plus a bunch of police? Yeah, that'd be enough. If the players see the sign "Do Not Enter" and they enter, that counts towards doing something stupid? It depends. It depends. Is it a literal "Do Not Enter" sign? Has the adventure been moving them in a direction where they're supposed to kind of go in there, probably? And so the "Do Not Enter" sign is maybe just set dressing as you're explaining the location? Then I could see that, you know, maybe not. Or sometimes a "Do Not Enter" sign is a lot more explicit. I guess it kind of depends on the situation. For me, you gotta think in a bunch of different ways, you know, what people say, what NPCs say, how they act, the different, just putting as many clues as you can in there. Because they're gonna miss a bunch of them. People just miss stuff. It's easy to miss stuff, especially if you're just talking, right? Well, what did he exactly say? What was the exact word? The nomenclature? Failed a spot check, you know, ooh, we didn't perceive that, and so now they don't know such and such. Gotta start picking up contracts for big entities, so I can start pulling out influence stats, yeah. Yeah, next adventure is, probably the first third of it is gonna be hiring some, subcontracting out some other mercenaries as your thing grows for this train heist job of the satellite. And then just a massive combat, because there was almost no combat at all in Adventure 2. Which is one of the great ironies of Rifts. You have these characters that are just the most, like, munchkin nerd combat stuff. All of the classes in Rifts are. Look at your sick armor and this thing and all your cybernetics and all these weapons and all this other stuff, right? And then you look at the experience tables and all of the experience rewards are about making clever decisions, having good ideas, coming up with plans, avoiding unnecessary violence, and saving innocent lives. And the experience you get from combat is very small, and you get actual 0 for fighting enemies that are weaker than you, or for getting in the pointless fights. And most of the games don't even have fighting in them. At least mine, anyway. I shouldn't say most, but yeah, I do a lot more exploration and interaction than combat. Combat's kind of short. Because in Rifts, combat is short. Everyone's overpowered. How's the Warhammer TTRPG? Soulbound? I liked it. It was fun. What I liked the most about it was probably the extra world building that we got for Age of Sigmar. And I liked their combat zones kind of. I thought that was clever. Not really a dice pool kind of guy, but it was fun, yeah, Soulbound. I would recommend it if you're trying to play a Warhammer TTRPG with your friends and get excited about AOS stuff. It was fun. Anyway, this has been a nice, enjoyable walk. I appreciate it. I'm going to get to the indexes. But first, I'm going to get a drink, I'm going to put on a commercial, and then when I return, somebody redeemed a hats off 44 minutes ago. I will now... what's the word for it? I'll acquiesce to that. I'll do that. Oblige, yeah, I guess. Alright, we got some indexes to do. And the indexes we're doing today are the ones that looked like they were the worst in the faction focuses themselves. So we'll see how the indexes change our views. Anyway, BRB, I'm getting another drink. Get up, stretch your feet a little bit. Hit you with a commercial and we'll be back for some indexi. Yeah, we got our 10,000 steps in. We're good. Where'd you find the Super Vibe B-roll? It took a long time. I got a lot of them, and some of them got DMCA'd. I got a content strike from one of them. And now I finally found a few of them that the people are cool with just having on in the background. So long story short, I like stuff like this to be on my second monitor anyway. You know? Walking through whatever place, comma, Japan, in the rain or in the snow. Gentle rain landing in clay pots or something like that. You know, I like stuff like that, and so I thought, why not have it on in the background when I'm doing my streams? Anyway, BRB.
Hello there. I'm Mr. Cream.
AC Penny. When it fits, you feel it.
It's so big you gotta grin to get it in.
Once you pop,
The Cream.
don't stop.
If it doesn't get all over the place, it doesn't belong in your face.
Deliciously hot, dangerously creamy.
The juice is loose.
She wanted to remember the love they shared for
Cream.
Sometimes you feel like a
Stuffed 5 ways.
So my family's looking for beef.
Now, that's what I call
Cream, yeah.
because I'm good enough, I'm smart enough.
And I am the cream.
Then why do we call it big? Because big things go into it.
At the Men's Warehouse.
You're gonna cream.
I guarantee it.
With Klondike ice
Cream.
bars, you get big servings, big taste, big
Cream.
Imagine
5 big,
Moist, delicious.
ounces of big
hot
ice
Cream.
and a coating made with
Beautiful.
milk.
Chocolate.
So you can
pour.
big
cream.
Like I've never had it.
Klondike. Big bar, big
Cream.
Cream. All right. What do we have here? Left monitor, calm rain walkies. Right monitor, screeching anime waifu VTuber. Look, I'm not usually a Shondo watcher. It just happened to be that particular day when the cops showed up. For someone else, I will say. I don't know, usually it's Henya or, I don't know, Lena Lazar, Pliabid. Depending. You're at the mall and you saw a ton of Soulbound books. I guess there's a destruction one that lets you play orcs. Cool. Sounds fun. Gloomspite Gitz. And points. Oof. Ugh. Too bright. Klondike actually it does still exist, yeah. It does. Anyway, as far as GSG is concerned, as we all recall, the battle traits are very disappointing and bad. Ahem. It is random. It starts in a corner and then moves into position, and sometimes it affects the whole table and then it goes away. And depending on what you roll, it could go away right away, it could just be gone for the whole game, it could stand still forever. Nobody liked this. Everyone hated this. I wish they would have asked for player feedback on that one, but they did not. And then what happens? What do you get for this random awful thing? That you have to be in exact quadrants to take advantage of, right? That's annoying. Anyway, what do you get? What do you get, if you will? Well, it depends on what your keyword is. If you are a non-squig Moon Clan unit, add 3 to your control score, which never matters. Until the one time it does matter, and then it's really good. But in general, it doesn't matter. It'll randomly save you, but it's not like a good bonus. If you are a squig, you can reroll the random characteristic on its move. This is trash. It's so bad. I can't believe they still have random move characteristics. That's not fun. and re-rolling it is awful. What a bad bonus. And then Moonlit Hide. Troggoth units add 1 to their save rolls. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. It's a little bit of a double-edged sword. It's a little bit of a double-edged sword, though. Because it's so good, and it's foundationally good for your durability. You kind of have to care about it now, and you really have to make sure that you always have it. So it's a bit of a double-edged sword, but it's super strong, obviously, for Trogs. And then Spiderfang Venom. Venom. It allows you to proc stuff on 5-ups. Now, if any Spiderfang units were worth playing, then this would be real strong. You know, imagine Cruel Boys getting a 5-up for their thing, right? Like that's, in a vacuum, it's a strong effect. Luckily, Spiderfang is terrible. And on the do not buy list, they're just going away, probably, thing. So you don't have to worry about it. So long story short, if you are in a Trog army, you really do care about the moon, because it gives you an incredible bonus that you really do always need. And if you're anything else, the bonuses are so bad that it's like, whatever. But I still call the battle traits for Gloomspite Gitz F tier, no fun allowed. Next up, battle formations. Squigalaunch, Bouncing Fury. Each time friendly Squig unit charges, add 1 attacks characteristics of its mouthful attacks. Alright, we'll have to look and see if the Squig units are good, and if they're supposed to do damage and supposed to charge and stuff, but +1 attacks on their mouth things could be good if those attacks are good. It's easy to turn it on, right? You don't have to be in range of anything, you just have to make a charge, so potentially good. We'll check later. Trog Herd. Each time friendly Trog uses fight, it heals. That's good. In a vacuum, it's not good, but based on everything else that the Trogs are doing, and kind of the nature of them, it becomes good. Moon Clan Scrap. Once per turn army, end of your turn. Pick up to 3 non-Squig Moon Clan that are in combat at the end of the turn. And you can either, for each target, make a pile-in move, and then pick an enemy in combat with it and roll a shit d3, and then sometimes do some damage. It's at the end of each turn, and if you are a giant blob tar pit thing, then this is potentially a source for some recurrent damage over time. Even if it is the stupid shit d3, which I've grown to hate immediately after playing the game one time. I liked it in print. I'm like, oh, this is clever. It gets rid of a superfluous die roll, and you're rolling fewer dice now. Nice. And then I played with it, and I'm like, oh, it means that every ability fails a third of the time. I hate this. I hate this now. And rolling a d6 and having to halve it and round up to make a we have a d3 at home kind of duct tape thing is an awful idea. I can't believe Games Workshop hasn't printed their own d3s that are just d6s with 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3. I don't know why they don't make those. It would make playing Age of Sigmar 10% more fun to not have to do the stupid math for your d6s into d3s. And it would get rid of a lot of questions besides. Anyway, get off my high horse here for a second. Spiderfang Stalk Tribe. Each time an Arachnarok uses Realm Web Lurka, you can pick another friendly Spiderfang unit to also use that ability. And the problem with that is, even if you're playing one Arachnarok, you aren't playing any other Spiderfang units. So it almost doesn't matter what this says. Yeah, you get to ambush with somebody else along. Nice. Anyway, if you're playing Trogs, you play the Trog one. If you're playing Squigs, you play the Squig one. And if you're playing Moon Clan, you play the Moon Clan one. I remember when they said they weren't going to do that exact thing, but then they've done that exact thing here. They're like, you know, for battle formations, we're going to be more playstyle focused and less unit locked, and you have to play these specific units and stuff. So they did say they were going to do that, just not here though. Not in the Ogre book, not in the Gitz book. You can order D3s directly from ChessX. I mean, you can order D3s from a whole lot of places that are real cheap. Ahem. Yeah, end of your turn, it should be noted. Not any turn. I might have said any turn, but I meant your turn. So, not great. Heroic traits. The Clammy Hand. Each time a friendly Gloomspite Gitz unit wholly within 12 uses Rally, you can make 3 additional Rally rolls of D6. Okay. That might be helpful if you're playing with big dudes that need more HP to bring back. Loon Touched. If it's not a wizard, it has Wizard 1. Never mind. This is the one you do. Never mind. All plans cancelled. We're taking Loon Touched. 100% of the time. This unit's combat roll die on a 3-up. It can immediately retreat as if it were your movement phase. This is really strong. Fight another day. It's a strong effect. To be able to yeet out of combat before you fight or get fought. So if somebody charges you, you can like fuck off, which is cool. It's a very strong thing. If there's any like combat hero or something, or somebody you want to keep alive. However, let's be real, you're taking Loon Touched. I think, as I see it. Literally always. Next. Artifacts of Power. Troglodytic Treasures. Had to get the alliteration in there. The Clammy Cowl. Subtract 1 from hit rolls for attacks to target this unit. This is good, but I don't know. I feel like if you're a foot hero, you're invisible anyway. You're invisible anyway, you get -1 to get hit anyway. What's another -1 to hit? Unless you're fighting against exactly, like, what, 2 armies in the game that can snipe? Then maybe, but... maybe if you're on a big guy who doesn't have the tiny hero bonus, right? If you're playing, like, a big hero who can't become invincible and undetectable in the ethereal plane. Leering Git Shield. Each time an unmodified hit roll for an attack targets this unit is 1, inflict 1. No. No. Once per battle, end of any turn. Pick an enemy hero in combat with this unit to be the target. No. Okay. I guess it's the Clammy Cowl. The other ones, I wish they would have given you 3 artifacts, but they gave you 1 and then some hieroglyphics here that don't make any sense. Next up, Spell Lore. Just show me on the squig where the loon touched you. Hey, well, got any tips for a Soulblight player? You know this is destruction, but you play vampires. Ain't no big deal. Tips for a Soulblight player. Soulblight is really good. And fun. It's good and fun. Make sure to bring enough wizards. I'm not sure which ones are really good right now, but typically with Soulblight you pick skeletons or zombies, and then you flood the board with them. And they're incredibly strong, and most of your abilities wrap around them and bringing them back to life, and they're really good. Your heroes are good. Your chaff or giant like blobs of stuff is really good. So much recursion. I mean, they're necromancers, right? But you have so much recursion. You can bring people back to life on the opponent's turn, although that might get changed because it's super good. Yeah. Shadowcar the Based is actually kind of good and playable. Blood Knight Cavalry is good. Possibly even a Mortarch might be good, although I can't remember. Yeah, Vampire Lord on Zombie Dragon is not what he used to be. But then again, like, monster heroes that are supposed to be like fighty monster heroes are kind of bad this edition, game-wide. If you're looking for impactful, big, expensive unit that really does work, you're looking at cavalry, reinforced infantry, reinforced cavalry. Monsters are kind of bad. Unless it's a buff wagon centerpiece thing, synergy thing. Spell lore. Lore of the Clammy Dank. Your unlimited spellcast on a 7, that's rough. Until its third next turn, -1 for hit rolls, attacks made by enemy units while they're wholly within 12 of the caster. That's good, though. Okay. Your unlimited spell is good. It's hard to cast, but it's good. Nice. Okay, that means that your spell lore is good. If your unlimited spell is good, kind of your spell lore is good. The Hand of Gork, cast on a 7 as well. Visible friendly unit wholly within 12 of the wizard, and not in combat. Damn. Okay. Remove them and set them up wholly within 24 of the caster and more than 9 from all enemies. Okay. A pretty limited teleport, but it's still technically a teleport. You'll find uses for that for sure. And then Spore Mars. Pick up to 3 visible enemy units within 12. Super short range. Yikes. D3 for each, and it's a shit D3. And if there's only one within range, then you cast the spell. It's not unbound, and then it still fails a third of the time after 2 hoops to jump through. Jesus. Damn. I hate this spell. Sometimes you'll feel like you have to cast it, but that sucks. Yeah, 12 Holy Within is kind of rough on this. Not in combat, and Holy Within 12, and only 24 from you. A lot of restrictions, and a cast on a 7. And then you have 4, count them, 4 manifestations that you won't be playing with. I mean, maybe you will, actually, I don't know. Shall we look at them right away? Scutal Tide. This manifestation can pass across terrain features as Vision and Fly. Ward 4 opals wholly within 12 any friendly Ragnarok units. Okay, it has a big base, I guess, and so it's just something that appears. I suppose it has crit mortals. It'll do 1 mortal if it fights something. Alright, not great. Orcs Mighty Mushroom. Pick up to 3 enemy units within 6 of it. For each target, roll number, and it does a bad. Okay, this is good against Soulblight, Skaven, and the Mirror Match. Everything else, not really. Wolven Moon. Pick friendly Gitz unit that are under the light of bad moon while they're wholly within 12 of it. Okay, so this is maybe like a Trog spell, because you always need the light of the moon. You can summon this thing and put it near them, and it moves 12, so it's pretty, it can follow you around. Still, it'd be a shame to give up on the much better spell lores because you're chained to your stupid moon. And then the Arachna Cauldron. +1 power level wizard next to it, nice. Alright, kind of replaces itself. Yeah, I think playing your own manifestation lore is, that's an option. This thing is not great, but it does something. This thing is not great, but it does something. This thing is good for Trogs, and then this thing makes your wizard a double wizard. So after you summon it, you get your power level back, essentially. Kind of neat. And then it can move around a little bit. Alright. Are you still taking the morbid one? Probably, but
Twitch Prime.
it's a neat option. Holy Proxy, thanks for the big prime for 11 months. Appreciate it. TY. Now we get to Kragnos, which I, in the past, have never talked about in any of the indexes. Because if you have to use Kragnos, it means your book is bad. And you don't want to use Kragnos because he's not in your army, and he's not like a Git, and he's not like an ogre, and it feels bad to do it. Unless you really want to. Yeah, the bases are huge for blocking. That's the default role of any endless spell. The bare min, right? Big bases for blocking. That's what they all do. I will say this army has a little bit of a problem with damage, I think. Unless you're full trogs. I think Kragnos is actually a really good choice. In Gitz. To have something, anything that can just go somewhere and fucking kill someone. However sad that is to admit, I apologize, but yeah, Kragnos is still kind of on the table for Gitz. To my chagrin. Next we got Scragorot the Loon Kang. 5 moves, 6/6. We saw this guy in the faction focus, I recall. Once per battle, you can choose whether the Bad Moon moves or stays. Which I hate. Because not only does your battle trait suck, but now you have to take some 200-point asshole to make it not even always work, but one time work. This shit sucks. And the fact that you almost maybe have to take him sometimes. No, I think you just ignore it. Even as drogs, you probably ignore it. Yeah, he's a wizard too. Babbling Wand is good. How much do you cost again? I don't like him. 220. Redeploy reactions are always really strong. They make it a sure bet. That's really good. He's so slow, though, that it's hard to get him anywhere to be able to use this on some unit in a neat way. He's a double wizard. That's really strong. He has a 4-up ward. That's really strong. He makes the moon work. I don't like him, but I could see maybe playing him if you're in Trogs. If you're not in Trogs, I don't think you would touch him. Because in Trogs, you care the most about always having the moon. And so you got to figure out some way of always having the moon. Anyway, double casters are strong. Loon Boz. He pulls somebody in to fight right after him, but he doesn't give them a bonus. But what do? I'm the boss. Pick a visible friendly Moon Clan Stabas unit, only within 12. On a 2-up, pick the following. Okay, so free, and then it usually works. If the target is not in combat, you can return D6 slain models to it. Okay, add 1 to wound rolls, target's next attacks. Okay. But our Moon Clan Stabas good, though? If Moon Clan Stabas are good, then he's good. Because you can make him a wizard. If Stabas are not good, and no amount of buffs can save them, then he sucks. We'll return back to him. Gabapalooza. Now, all of the flavor and fun and interesting things have been sucked out of this, and it's like generic gray goo, and I'm very sad about how flavorless a lot of these War Scrolls in the Index have become, but Gabapalooza is really good. I think it's still really good. I think it's an auto-include. Wizard 1, it's got a funny ward that starts out a 4-up, and they live longer than you think they should. And the know-its are strong. It's unfortunate that they work on a 3-up, but all of these things are good. +1 to run and charge, +1 to Ren, that's the one you want. And you can sometimes mesmerize to turn off all-out defense or something like that. They're great, and they're a wizard. Gavapalooza, auto-include. I'm sorry you got your individual named guys all taken away, and you're just generic stuff now, but it's still good, and I think you still take it. They're awesome. Big plus. Also, this +1 rend, Gloomspite Gitz, no keyword bingo, lands on anything, you'll love to see it. And then the Rabble Rouser. Removal Battle Shock is a big buff to stabbers, yeah, but the netters are worse. Okay. Secret tunnels, emerge from the depths. Monster or beast for the rest of your movement phase. They're going to use charge even if it... Oh, this thing, yeah, okay. I know these guys, yeah. Please note that you have to place them kind of beforehand. You got to put these guys out beforehand to do the funny allied mega gargant, like that kind of thing. Fungoid Cave Shaman. Don't you mean Snazgar Stink Mullet? The Prophecy Speaker. Once per battle your hero phase, you can double Wizzy him. I think there's a better wizard. I would hope there's a better wizard than just that. But maybe there's not. Squiggo boss with Gnashing Squig. This dude, he looks cool. I like him. Pick a friendly Squig unit within this unit's combat range. Roll a die on a 2-up, pick one of the following effects. Add 3 to the move, and then, or the mouth attacks have crit mortal. Which sucks because probably the mouth attacks don't have a lot of attacks, which means crit mortal won't be proccing a lot. Keep the Squig boss in mind if any Squigs are good, maybe. This works on a 2-up, the other thing works on a 2-up, the other thing works on a 3-up. Loon boss. On Mangler Squigs. Super fragile. Do you fly? Okay, flies, but random movement is annoying. Random movement would fly. Super fragile dies to everything. Shit attacks. Can't fight. What are you for? What is your purpose? Once per battle, any combat phase. Pick this unit and all friendly Squigs holier than 12. Add 1 to wound rolls for their shits, okay. If this is destroyed on a 4-up, you know, if this is destroyed, nothing happens. And then once per turn army, any charge phase. A lot of once per battles. Oh, this is once per turn, I guess, Rampage. Roll dice for each model in the target unit to a max of 10. Why? For each 4-up, inflict immortal. Okay, so it's a big horde breaker, but it caps at 10. This guy is terrible. Why did they waste their time with this? This is very sad because he's like one of the coolest sculpts in the entire game. And they just won't do anything with it, rules-wise. What a waste of time. I don't even need to look at the points because he doesn't do anything. But I will, I guess. Yeah, 260. 260 is pretty low for a monster hero. But sad. And then just Mangler Squigs. If you wanted none of the synergy, but also, yeah, what a waste of time. And this guy's rampage is, he can jump over, but it doesn't do any damage. And no impact hits. Okay. 220, okay. It's trash. Damn, that's disappointing. Sneaky Snufflers. These were the handing out a cool buff guys. And so they probably still have a cool buff. Once per turn army or hero phase. So you can't spam these guys. Once per turn army means their rule's probably good, right? Ooh, 5-up ward, nice. We love to see it. If this unit is not in combat, don't worry. If it's in combat, it already has been removed from the table. You're fine. Pick a visible friendly Moon Clan specifically. Okay, Moon Clan only. Holy 12. There's a lot of Holy 12 in this army. Annoying. For the size of the squads that you're probably going to be running. Add one of the roll if it's under the light. Annoying. On a 3, ward 5. Oh. On a 6, also add one of the tax characteristic. Oh. Hey, we found our second auto-include. As long as you're running even one other Moon Clan unit. Which maybe you will, maybe you won't. Ahem. Yeah. It's annoying that it's so random. But a 5-up ward is a 5-up ward. And then once in a blue moon you get bonus attacks. Which never ever count on. Awesome. Yep. Alright, so what do we have for auto-include so far? Gobapalooza, Sneaky Snufflers. Maybe Scragrod if you're playing a bunch of trolls, but I don't want to have to. Snarlay Fang Riders. Oh, these are the Warhammer Fantasy Middle-earth battles guys that somehow found their way into Age of Sigmar to my deep chagrin. Sir, we have mounts in this army. They're called squigs. Get this wolf shit out of here. It looks good. It's just in the wrong game. I hope it's a Warcry band that they were just trying a new aesthetic. Put them in Old World. Just joined Howard Gitz. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. There's some good stuff here. And then some really, really bad stuff. Sneaky Snuffler is awesome. Gobapalooza, awesome. Loon Boss, potentially really good. Make him a wizard. Scragrot, kind of annoying, but you might have to take him anyway. All the squigs don't look good. They don't look good. These guys have move 12 and like a great bow, and like they just seem... Once per turn army enemy movement phase, they can move a d6. Yeah, that's great for battle tactics. Hopefully they're pretty cheap. Snarlay Fang. Yeah, 130 for 5. I'd pay that. Yeah. Unfortunately, these guys that aesthetically don't belong in this game are seemingly very playable. And you could do these for BTs for sure. And the sculpts do look nice. I just, you know. Randomized move hits hard. That sucks, but that's not the reason that squigs are bad. It's just yet another thing. They have a lot of problems, which is unfortunate. Loon Smasher Fanatics. 1 health, 6-up save. Spinny Boys. Hidden Loons. Pick this unit if it has not been deployed. Set it up in reserve, hidden among the mobs. And then any movement phase you can release them. But they have to be released more than 9 from enemies, which defeats the whole purpose of them. The whole point is that they appear like in combat or like right after a charge, and that was the fun of them. No, I think they failed to capture what it's supposed to do with the rules they wrote. And D6 attack characteristic kind of ruins it for me. Yeah, they have strike first. But 140 for 5, 280 for 10. I'm not trying to roll d6 attacks on something like this. And the fact that they don't set up, there's no trick. Yeah. Total failure to capture what they are via the rules. They come out in the move phase, so they can probably make the distance. So they do come out in any move phase, right? But then they're 9 away from enemies. They're supposed to be the surprise. I don't know. To me, they're the... You have a normal unit of dudes, and then surprise, it's these guys. Like, right after your opponent charges, you put them in front of your opponent or something, you know? It's supposed to be a surprising thing. Maybe that I'm just stuck in how they used to work in the past, and I shouldn't be. It is any movement phase, though. That is something. If your opponent even has lead belchers, they can probably kill them. Like, even the worst shooting units can certainly kill these guys, but... Yeah. They don't spark joy. They should spark joy, and they don't. Spore Splatter Fanatics. These were the ones that created, like, walls of invisible... Like, you couldn't see through them, and then maybe had a buff, I think. In the deployment phase, you can move them right away. Yeah, more random. Every characteristic that shouldn't be random is. Add 1 tax characteristic of other MoonClan units while they're wholly within. Subtract 1 from tax characteristic weapons used by enemies. Oh, they're good. Okay. These are like Wrathmonglers. You put a line of these guys in the very back of some other squad, and you can juice them up. Okay. $120. Man, they're so easy to kill because they're not a hero. But I would still probably play some. +1 attacks on a absolute blob of stabbers if those guys are good. You could do something with that. Alright. Spore Splatter. Potentially you're in. MoonClan Shoot'ems. Oh, the funny little Shoot'ems, yeah. You get 20. Pick an enemy infantry unit in combat with this unit to be the target. On a 3-up, subtract 1 from hit rolls for attacks. Yeah, but you can't shoot in combat, so... You do potentially get 80 shots. So there's that. Do I have to scroll up and see... Melee weapons. Melee weapons. Oh, units weapons. Okay. Actual just weapons detected. For the Palooza. Add 1 to wound rolls. No, but it's stabbers only. Okay, so it would have, but no. How come this is MoonClan stabbers? You could have just said MoonClan and make the third one melee attacks only. You know? Oh, alright, fine. So it looks like the shooters dodge every possible buff except 1. But the 1 is a rend 1. 80 shots at 18. 4s and 5s, 1-1. Is that worth it? Is that something? Once you tag this unit in combat, it's useless forever. Because no shoot in combat. I don't know. I'd have to see this on the table, but 80 shots. Alright, let's pretend you're doing all-out attack, right? So you hit with 50 of them. And then you wound on 5s. Which means you hit with 15 of them, right? Or no, it's 20% of 5. And then they're rend 1. Yeah, I don't know. MoonClan Shootas, I'm going to put a question mark, but probably not. You're going to roll a whole bunch of dice that ultimately do very little, and then someone's going to tag them in combat, and they'll never work again. Good thing we stopped all the shoot in combat. I'm sad. MoonClan Stabbers, what about you? Little funny men, little funny guys. Get 20 of them. 1-5. Well, okay, they have a 5. A Staba. 2 attacks, good start. 4s and 5s, 01. Netters. On a 3-up, subtract 1 from hit rolls. Now, this does matter for these guys, because you can fight in combat. And all of the buffs work on these guys. And so, we got +1 attacks from Gaba, or +1 rend from Gabapalooza. +1 to wound rolls from the Loon Boss. +1 attacks from Sneaky Snufflers. Technically, you could get another +1 attack if you roll a 6, but we don't even factor that in. It's too rare. So, +1 attack, +1 to wound, +1 rend. Am I missing anything? And the number of multi-layered Death Star buffs we're putting on the MoonClan Stabbers unit of 40 or whatever. Oh, the Spore Splatta, +2, yeah. And the Snufflers give a ward as well, which is the main thing we want that for. I forgot about the Spore Splattas. So they could be at 4 attacks. Once in a million years, 5, it'll never happen. Like 4, 3s and 4s, 1-1. And then you have like 40 guys with a 5-up, 5-up. Right? Even if you just run 20, which makes it easier to get within your buff ranges and stuff. In like a full MoonClan army, I could see something like that being decent. Isn't the Snufflers 5-up under the moon for attacks? Let's check. Roll a die. On a 3-up, you get a 5-up ward. And then on a 6, you get 1 attacks. If you're under the moon, it's a 2-up for the ward and a 5-up for the attacks, which is still never something I would even plan on getting, right? A 1 in 3 chance of success is enough of a long shot to just kind of ignore. That ward is a big deal, though. That's huge. I think you could give them the... You can put -2 to hit on them pretty good, which makes all-out attack irrelevant, right? What we're really trying to do is get rid of all-out attack. So you put your opponent at net -1 to hit, no matter what. On a maybe 4-up save 5-up ward guy. With a million creatures that you keep regenerating over and over. I think that might have some legs. That might be good. You really do have to get that 5-up ward, but I think that's good. And then Squighoid. These guys are trash. These were like completely overpowered when the book first came out last edition, and then received like 6 nerfs, and then they were okay. And now, yeah, I think they're dead. I don't see what they do. They almost can't even move at all. Their movement's so terrible. Beast is horrendous. They don't do enough damage to really matter. They don't do enough mortals to matter. They're just bad. They're not worth taking at all, I don't think. They finally made every single part of them so bad that you've succeeded. Congratulations. Hey, good work. Yeah, and their wounds are so tiny. Centurion thinks it's a big prime for 1 month. Appreciate it. I'm sorry, for 8 months. Loon Bouse on Giant Cave Squig. This dude, okay, what do you do? D6 +6, 6/5. Charge 1 damage. And the gob. The
Which
gob
prime?
attack, huh? Purple Speedwagon. Thanks for the big prime. For 12 months. Holy 12-inch months. Nice. A reaction, you declare a fight. Ooh, +1 to hit rolls. Non-hero squig cavalry that is not used to fight. Okay. So this guy can like follow around boingy boys or something, whatever. That's maybe okay. You could make him a wizard if you wanted to. I'm gonna put him in the maybe pile. Normally I don't rate things like this at all, but he gives you a free all-out attack, which I like. Squig hopplers. Oh wait, what's the point cost on the boss? Oh, 130. Alright. Okay. The +1 doesn't affect Squig bites. Oh, because they're companion. I keep forgetting about the no fun allowed companion shit. Oh, maybe not. In that case, maybe not, actually. Let me check the war scroll here. Oh yeah, the guys on the back don't do anything. Yeah, never mind, he's bad. Maybe it's just these guys are bad though. D6 + 8, 2/6. I only got 2 wounds. Pick an enemy unit that this unit passed across. And 4 up mortal. You gotta roll pretty high to get any sort of decency there. And it's each model in this unit that passed across it. I don't like those. Just as a thing that can fly and go places and... I don't know. What do you cost? What are you called? Squig hopplers. Uh, 10 for 170. Oh, I didn't think you'd get 10 of them. Okay. Well, how many buffs can we give squigs now? This is Moon Clan only. This is Moon Clan only. This is once per battle +1 to wound on the jaws. No. Not taking a guy for a once per game when the rest of the guy sucks. That's Frostlord on Stonehorn's problem. Alright, now this guy is the squig guy. Roll die on a 2-up. Add 3 to the move, good. And then crit mortal. Oh, okay, crit mortal, yeah, maybe. Maybe that's the... So it's like this guy becomes a wizard if you're in a squig army, perhaps. How many... Because they have like a decent amount of attacks, actually, right? Yeah, 3 per model. And when it comes to crit mortals, you're looking for volume so that they actually happen. 30 fang-filled gobs. 31. Or actually, no, not 31. Because companion stops the champion bonus. The fucking thing. Aren't Squigs Moon Clan? Now that I look, they are. I didn't think they were. I thought we still had, in my head, I'm traumatized from the extreme bingo that there was in 2nd edition. Okay, we're actually safe. Never mind, we're safe. We're safe from the worst bingos. 30 gobs with crit mortal. I kind of like it. Alright. Not so much this guy. But... Hey, alright. Moon Clan doesn't matter when all the buffs only hit the guys on top. Well, I'm thinking about the 5-up ward. I know you're going to put it on something else, probably, but it's nice to see what you could put it on, right? So, like, these guys, for instance, give a 5-up ward. Which ain't bad. You are boing-pilled. How's the Gitz looking so far? Imagine a squig boinging up and down, right? Like a sine wave. Everything is either good or terrible. at complete random. I do have a lot of question marks, though. It seems like the type of army you'd have to play once or twice to figure out. All right, now we got the boingy boys, the lancer guys, the ones that I want to be good. They are slower than squig hoppers by 2 inches. That is pain, Dio. Teberakuda, thanks for the tier 1 that landed on Crow Ruist. Ahem. They got the Porkin Lance. 3 attacks, 4s and 4s, 1/1 charge, 1 damage. Okay. Alright. They're pretty bad with them. But you can give them a free all-out attack with the special guy on the mount. If you want. You can make the gobs crit mortal. If this unit charged, pick an enemy, roll a d3, it's a shit... Alright, yeah, it's the shit one. They do a shit d3 mortal impact. Which is like, whatever. 2 health, 5. Five for 120, so 2 for 2, or so 10 for 240. I think I actually always want squig hoppers instead. You get 10 for 170 over here. You can only take 10 of these. I don't know. They're slower. Yeah, they have more attacks that you can add stuff to, but I think they're, to me, they seem on paper to be just worse than squig hoppers for the points that you would pay for the amount that you get. Is the shit D3 nomenclature because of a Poor Hammer podcast? Somebody from Poor Hammer came into my show last week, and people were like, you should go on Poor Hammer, and I'm like, okay. And so I watched one of them, and they were calling the 2-up D3 thing, they were calling it a shit D3, or a shit roll. And I've also heard other people do that. Maybe did they start it? Did Poor Hammer start the concept of calling it a shit roll or a shit D3? Because whoever started it, it has kind of entered the zeitgeist of AOS. Because it's a sad type of roll that you always hate. So if they invented it, I'll give them credit. Whoever did. Do they say shite? Is this a hero thing? Do they say shite roll? They called it a shite roll. Yeah, that's what it is. It doesn't feel good to fail a third of the time on stuff that should just work. I agree. Anyway, due to how the points end up and the amount of support you'd have to give them, and the fact that they're slower, I actually like squig hoppers more than boingies. I would play with them over them, I think. Because it's the Smite spell from 40k 9th edition, but shittier. Okay. And then we got the Tug Man. The Tugboat. 16 health, 4 up. A small amount of unlikely to land attacks that do big damn. And so he's going to be really swingy and end up not doing a lot. Mostly. He's not reliable, that's what I'm saying. Very slow. 16 4 up, no ward, but he could get a ward some other way. Okay. His Laystone thing gets worse after he's taken 10 damage, but he is healing all the time. Once per turn army, pick an enemy unit within 1, roll a die if the roll equals or exceeds its health characteristic, gets slain. That's alright. It's super good against like 3 wound cavalry and stuff. You love to see it. Heal D6 start of every turn. Good work. Malfunctioning Laystone. Roll 3 dice. You must pick one and apply the effects that correspond to the table. Effects 2 through 6 persist until the start of your next turn. Alright. On a 1, he damages himself. Add 1 task characteristic of melee weapons used by Trogs within 12. Great buff. Add 1 to rend. Great buff. This unit can unbind as if it were a wizard. Pretty good, sometimes. -1 from hit rolls for shooting attacks at target friendly Trog units. Whatever. And 5 aboard. Awesome. But it's only for him. No. I guess your guys already have wards, right? Because they're Rotgut, so... I guess your guys already have wards. And you get to roll 3 dice fishing for the one you want. Cool. I kind of like him. The tugboat. I think this should have been down here. And then just have it be something else. But I guess beggars can't be choosers. How much do you cost? Please not 400. 360, okay. Okay. I'd play him. I'd still play him. He probably unlocks Trogs to be able to be taken as well. Oh, he gets a free Dank Hold Troggy if he wants it. And then just any Gloomspite Gitz. Nice. Because he's a War Master, probably. Alright, I like him. Kid, you're in. And then the Dank Hold Trogo boss. He's a big, impossibly slow monster. No ward. 5 attacks where your opponent will end up getting hit by maybe one of them by the end of it, and then you're still rolling d6 damage. Trash. Once per turn, Shepherd. Shepherd of Destruction. If this unit is in combat, roll a die on a 3-up. Add 1 task characteristic of melee weapons used by all Trogs while they're within this unit's combat range. So you have to be like right next to the combat range of this guy, and he's very slow, but so are they. Three up. Only if he's in combat. At least he didn't have to charge, like all the BCR stuff. He has the big regen. If this unit was picked to be the target of a spell, don't worry, he wasn't. But you can sometimes ignore it. What would I pay for him? I don't know, I don't like him. He does this buff, but it sounds too annoying to get to work. 180? 220. Too high. Maybe you end up having to play him for this buff. I hope not. He costs too much. Dankhold Trigoth. Alright, again, huge damage for the 1 attack that will make it through. 10-4-6. Funny guy. Heal D3. This unit is picked 4-up. Oh, that's their... Oh, that's too bad. It's too bad this is the Trogs thing. Wade and Smash. Any combat phase. If it's in combat, it can move 6, but must end it in combat. Who cares? Then roll a d3 for each enemy unit within 1. 2 up. Alright. Nope. Nope. There just isn't a point cost that would make this guy do anything. $180? Yeah, no. Playing with 0. Fellwater Trogoths. 5-5-6. They have Noxious Vomit within an unbelievably short range, but shoot in combat. Very aging sculpt from Forge World, I think. If any damage points are allocated to an enemy unit by attacks made with the noxious vomit, it is drenched in vomit. While unit is drenched in vomit, nice keyword. -1 from save rolls. Oh, that's good. Ignore positive modifiers to save rolls. That's even better. Alright, so they have a 6-inch range, randomly like the best debuff in the game. Okay, interesting. Interesting. You prefer D3 plus 3 over the D6 damage? Yes, of course. Yeah, D3 plus 3 is way better than D6. I just don't think either of their damage is worth writing home about in any case. Super random, super swingy, whatever. This guy has a buff, maybe. And this guy has no buff, so... I have a guy who I kinda don't want to play, but maybe I will. And a guy that has nothing going for him. This is how I'm looking at it as an outsider, anyway. How are Spiderfang looking? Dead. Yeah. Probably, like, buyer beware, don't buy into them. That's been the case for a while. I don't know if I would ever have suggested to buy into Spiderfang, but even more so, obviously, don't. Now. Anyway, Felrotted Trogs. What do they cost? 3 for 180, huh? Okay. Alright, I'm gonna give you a... What's the word? I'm gonna give you a disclaimer. I am being mentally manipulated by this stupid short-range vomit that will always be out of range and never work because the effect is so good. And so I'm drawn to this strong effect, like a siren song. But it's on a unit that you probably shouldn't play with. Rockgut Troggeths. Anyway, I would try to play them and set up and line it up and everything, but I don't know, probably not. The guys that are good. Five-up ward. You love to see it. 4-up save naturally, 3 underneath the bad moon. So 4-up, 5-up, maybe 3-up, 5-up. And sometimes even 3-up, 5-up against Ren 2. Depending. 6-inch move, 5 health. Throw in the boldas. They will always miss. If they hit, consider it a birthday present or something. And only 2 attacks with 3 guys is a very, very, very tiny amount of attacks from a unit that hit on 4s. These guys are going to be swingy as hell. But 2 rend, 2 wound, and 3 damage is big. So you will have combats where you fight as your trogs, and they do actual nothing, and then you'll have fights where they'll be alright. The healing is very nice, starts of every turn. They're just hard to kill, and they have big damage numbers, although it's very swingy. How much do they cost? 170 for 3. Price is kind of right, too. 2 control, nice to see. The only thing is they do have a... 4 attacks for 3. I mean... Oh, you're thinking of buffs and stuff that can land on them. They have a... Yeah, they heal twice per turn in the Throg Battalion. They have a Kryptonite. These guys. And that is -1 number of attacks. Debuffs. Like -1 number of attacks and -1 to hit. Make these guys deal 0 damage forever. So they do have a weakness, right? But I like them and treat them well, and they will treat you well. Great work. What I would consider them is, I would consider them anvils. that randomly will do damage. That's what their job is. Like, they're an anvil that randomly sometimes does damage. And if you put that in your head, then you'll be a lot happier with them, I think. Spider Riders. They're really bad. Five for 110. They're really cheap, though. But yeah, I would still just get something out. Even if you want some battle tactic acquiring thing, I still wouldn't play Spider Riders. I would still do something else. Web Spinner Shaman. Just a guy. He's a wizard. Blah. What do you do? Spider God Staff? Pick a friendly Spider Fang unit or terrain feature. 2 up. You can remove this unit and set it up again. Alright. Speed of the spider. Pick a spider. And then it can run and shoot and charge. Alright. Nah. Ragnarok Spider. Was this thing the one that's kind of... This one might be useful if you already own it. 16, 4 up 10. Got some spider bows. Got some crit mortals on just those. Only 4 though. Eh. In the light of the bad one, I guess they proc on 5s? No, this isn't the one. It's got the shit roll too. I'm thinking of the one that's a wizard. Where's the one that's the wizard? This one? Web Spinner Shaman on a Ragnarok Spider. 320 for one of them. $16, 4, 10, 5 control. Some attacks. +1 to cast. You are a Spider Fang Wizard. You can fly across terrain, which is nice. Enemy infantry hero has strike last, whatever. I don't know. I kind of like it because it's like spider power armor for a wizard. +1 to cast guy, 16 health, 4 up, 10 move. You can scurry across stuff. There's a bunch of profiles here. I don't know. If you already own one, I would maybe try it out and tell me how it is. If you feel like paying that much for it. If you don't own one, definitely don't buy one. And then all these spiders. Scuttle Tide. Then we get to that. Okay. Alright. So, in total, there's a big expensive spider that's maybe something. But, I don't know. Rock Good Trogs are good. Good anvil that randomly does damage. Good healing. These guys have one of the nastiest debuffs I've ever seen in the game, but super short range. Like you're just kind of not hitting something maybe unless it's in combat. Dank Trog, which I don't like. Dank Trog Boss, which I also don't like, but technically has a buff, even though it's annoying to get it to work. It's basically the same thing as the Huskard on Stonehorns, right? And then there's the big Trug, whomst I like. I like this guy. He seems fun. Good buffs and everything. Nice AoEs. Greater regen. He's huge. Boingers, which I don't think the points are quite there for. If this was... Nah, even if it was 4, they would just super die. It doesn't matter. Squig Hoppers, I think, are better. For the amount you get for the points, because they come in 10s. This guy would be okay if Companion wasn't in the game. These things are bad, I think. Stabbas, I think, are good. Moonclan Shootas, if they had shoot in combat, maybe, but they don't, so I don't think so. Fanatics, sure, I love +1 attacks. These guys, they failed the right rules that replicated what they do. These guys are pretty good for BTs, I think. Snufflers, S tier, go in every list. Mangler Squigs, big sad. They will not make the Mangler Squigs good ever. They can't. There must be a law. This guy's good if you're playing Squigs. I like the Crit Mortal. I don't really like this wizard, but you don't have a lot of wizards to choose from, actually. Rabble Rouser, maybe, if you're trying to be silly. Gobblepalooza for sure, S tier auto include. This guy I like.
Good job, King.
I like making this guy a wizard. That sounds good to me. And I kind of hate this guy, but it's only on a principled level. So maybe you play him anyway, I'm not sure, depending on how much you need that moon. And then Kragnos, I actually think fits very well into the army. You have awesome anvils and then a bunch of weird stuff. You need something that can just fucking kill someone. And so maybe consider Kragnos, even though the inclusion of Kragnos would mean it'd be like a tacit admission that your book is bad. And your spells are hard to cast, but good. It's very weird that enemy units need to be wholly within 12. So you give them the power to shut this off. That's weird. I consider that something that should be fixed in the FAQ, but maybe they intended on that to happen. Okay. Weird. And then Clammy Cowl is the only thing here. The other two suck. And then make someone a wizard for sure. The other ones are like cool and interesting, but they wrote an edition where you can't play without wizards, so this is it. And alright, battle formation's kind of neat, and battle traits the worst, maybe, in the game. That's Gloomspite Gitz. Tension 8105 thinks it's a tier 1 for 38 months. Big. See you at Dragonfall. True will be there. Mostly playing Commander for sure. And some AOS, you know, walking around. If you're going full troll, you're sticking with regular battle regiment or going Army of Renown. Where can I find the Army of Renown rules? Are they in the index? They have a PDF on GW. Why didn't... Oh, I didn't talk about the Bad Moon Loon Shrine. I almost forgot. It has 14 health and a 4-up save. It's possible to kill it, but I wouldn't freak out. You just have to protect it a little bit. It's really good. Everything's under the everything's under the light around it. That's awesome. You spend a command point to get tons of points back. That's awesome. It's awesome and huge in real life and looks cool. It's great. I don't know why they don't put the Army of Renown. Actually, I don't know why is there an Army of Renown at all? Isn't an Army of Renown basically like a battle formation when you think about it? How come they did that? That's fucked up. That's weird. And then they put it in a different spot. I'm gonna have to go searching for that fucking thing now during a commercial break to try to find it. Well, I'm supposed to grade the indexes, I guess, and the Army of Renown, they're like a whole new army rules. Well, I say, if your indexes rules are so half-assed, how come you're going off and writing all new army rules for the same army? Why don't you just take that energy and make better index rules for them? You know? It's like you own a dog and you're like, oh, I don't want to take my dog for a walk. I'm going to buy a new dog. It's like, and then take that dog for a walk. Take care of what you have first. And it's weird. That's not a good metaphor. Anyway. I don't have a dog, so... I'm tired of this dog. Bring me another. It's new ways to play your models as an option. Put those options in the index. I don't see what... Why not? Why not do that? I don't know. That's the kind of thing that I would be more forgiving of if the index was perfect and everything was great and fun. but it's just not. So finish your job. I guess they kept them from the Dawnbringer thing, which was a whole nother thing besides, but now we're in 4th edition. Ethan, you had the chance to roll them into the indexes. You probably should have, you know? You missed the Skaven stream. You think we will 100% get new Vandus, and that's Ruination Chamber. Yeah, I think we're getting a new Vandus and like a Lightning Man thing. That would be kind of cool, right? According to the lore and Ionis and the little short story and stuff. Why did you think they were getting rid of Regiments of Renown? Because they usually do when a new edition comes out. It was a temporary thing. Bald Stormcast versus Bald Rats. Whoever wins, hair loses. Anyway, where do we put Gitz? They used to be in no fun allowed tier. From just the faction focus. It looked the worst. Ogres actually did look worse than Gitz originally. But Gitz were the second worst looking faction focus that they showed us. After the index. Well, Rockgut Trogs are good. You got some, maybe a boingy thing. Stabbas look pretty good. But ultimately you do probably have to play Kragnos, which means the book is bad. And there's a lot in there that seems pretty poor on the face of it. A lot of bingo still. Sub-factions that are all keyword locked up like they said they weren't going to do anymore. The battle trait that everyone hated was not even addressed at all. Low effort. I'm currently deciding between low effort and doesn't exactly spark joy. I bet you could make 3... Could you make 3 okay armies? Or could you just make kind of 1 using a little bit of everything? I feel like I could call a lot of these low effort, which is maybe incorrect that I put that here, right? I'll give them a C. Doesn't exactly spark joy. Although you were so close to low effort flawed. And I might put you back there after I think about it for a second. Bottom of C, maybe top of D+. No, we haven't done Seraphon yet. Not quite yet. Yeah, you can either go all Trogs or mainly Trogs, probably, is how it worked out. Alright, next up. Sylvaneth or Hoss? Which one? Heat Knights of Slaanesh or Sylvaneth? I'm thinking maybe Sylvaneth. Because we're doing the 3 Justice ones that look the worst, you know? I will read the responses after this commercial break. Get up and stretch your legs and stuff. I'm going to have 1 hot chip. So I'll be right back and we'll get into whichever people comment on the most or whatever I feel like. Yo, we are back. I see some Sylvaneth, some Haas, and then a first-time chatter with Haas. And then Crower said, Haas, that guy. Which was part of the opening song, and so Haas wins. Ahem. I'm a busy parent, says Soothsayer, and I don't have all day to waste on a slow half game. If I roll up to a casual game with a clock myself, not expecting the other person to use it, will you scare people away? Yes. It shouldn't be true, but you will. If you let them know that you're just using it for you, and you're got places to be and people to see you don't have forever, you know, there's some sort of social communication thing that should make it fine. Yeah. It shouldn't be, but it probably will. I think there's a way to do it that will work out, though. Ahem. You're slow and want to get your decision timing down so you can actually finish games. Would definitely communicate your timing yourself to improve. Yeah, then that's fine. Yeah. You know, it's a really social game, this AOS. It's a big part of it. And so communication is easy. And you're not walking around holding a clock, right? You're walking around holding an army. And then after they agree, you're like, I'm going to use a clock for myself because I'm trying to get faster. And also I don't have all day. You don't have to use it. It's fine. And that's like, I don't know. I feel like that would be reasonable, you know? You're glad they put the Tit Demon on the index cover? Yeah, I mean, at least they put a centerpiece on the cover of this one instead of some stupid little tiny guy. Unfortunately, they chose the stupidest thing. These guys, the Fiends. Not a good selling point. Jesus. Alright, battle traits. These looked really bad when we first saw the faction focus. So here's another one. You don't like the Fiends? No, they're so stupid. They're like negative, interesting, negative, cool. There's like nothing cool about. They're so dumb. I don't like the Fiends. Does anyone like Fiends in the entire planet? Like I'm talking the look, not like the rules. Although the rules have always been kind of bad. They're crab hands with half and half 70 tits. Centaur-like, with anteater heads. It's like a 6-year-old drew the concept of it. And then mom didn't put it on the fridge, and somehow enough people okayed it that a real company made models of it, which blows my mind. Holy. Anyway, look, there's no accounting for taste. Opinion's my own, but if somebody in chat likes them, you would be the first person I've ever heard of in my life to have. Somebody has to, I guess, on the planet, but it's very rare to find them. A diamond in the rough. Having just assembled more flamers, yeah, some even worse looking stuff, sure. It fits the Slaanesh bill. What stuff that looks terrible? Generally, yeah, I guess, unfortunately, but some of the stuff is cool-ish. You like them? Don't judge you. I don't judge you. I judge the Fiends. It's easy. It's simple. I don't judge the person. I judge the model, or the art, or whatever, the idea. You could have a lot of reasons for liking something. Kale Shield thinks it's a big prime for 10 months. And then 17 months. Appreciate it. You like them better than the Slangor Fiendbloods? I don't think I have an opinion on which is worse. They're both bad to me. I guess the Fiend is worse, but the Slangor Fiendbloods I don't really like either, so I guess I don't have a horse in this race. Both look pretty bad to me. You like him better than the new Blood Angels? Geez, what's worse, being offensively awful and really stupid, or just very boring? Usually boring is worse, but there's a level of dumb that probably exceeds it. I think they're worse. You mean the new old Stormcast? The new Liberators? Don't like them either. I swear I like a lot of things. You just keep bringing up the things I don't. Anyway, let's talk about these battle traits that I also don't like. Ahem. Start of the battle round. What is Euphoric Killers? While a friendly unit has the Euphoric keyword, it gets crit 2 hits, which is okay. It's equivalent to a +1. And you can run and still shoot and charge. That's good. That's a good... Hey, Euphoric. That's a good buff to have. Nice. How do you get it? Pick up to 3 Hedonites / Slaanesh units to be the targets. As we will explain later, this is a lie. You pick 1. They have the euphoric keyword for the rest of the battle round. You choose this at the start of the battle round. So you know, and your opponent knows at the start of the battle round who has euphoric, which is a bit of a downside to it. In addition, for each friendly unit you pick, which is give your opponent 1 temptation die. That's weird. You don't need to put a downside on a battle trait. You don't need to. Everyone gets battle traits for free. That's what battle traits are. And they're buffs for your army. They do things, right? Everyone gets battle traits, and those battle traits give them something extra. You don't need a counterbalance to them, and yet you've been cursed with one. Your opponent can use 1 temptation die to replace a wound roll, a save roll, a ward, or a run roll with a 6. Not just reroll. It should be a reroll, but it's a 6. Or they can use 2 temptation dice to replace 2 of the dice in charge rolls to get a natural boxcar 12-inch charge out of nowhere, and probably rob you of a battle tactic and potentially win the game. So you're never choosing 2. This is a very poorly thought out ability and idea. They want to put some sort of temptation thing in here, but bribery mechanics are bad, and don't do them. Each time your opponent uses a temptation die, they have to roll it on a 1 or 2. They inflict D3 mortal damage on the unit, which was, the roll was replaced, but they still get it. But they still get to do it. It doesn't like, your opponent will always get it, right? So yeah, this sucks. Having euphoric on 1 guy is good. It's a good buff to have. And replacing this thing with a 6 for any one of these is good for your opponent, but not crazy. 2 is crazy. I really think it should have been like a roll, like a reroll instead of an auto 6. But, you know, c'est la vie. Or a chance to fail, or I don't know, just something. It's worth noting that guaranteeing a minimum charge of 7 is still real good. Yeah, but you cannot replace a charge roll unless you have 2. You can't replace 1 of the dice. You can't, if you only have 1 temptation die, you can't just replace like 1 of the 2. Yeah, it has to be both, yeah. That would also be pretty good though, you're right. It would be good. How do I feel about this? So, sometimes really late game, maybe everyone's already in combat or something, and I could see choosing more than 1 thing to be euphoric. I could see situations where you might. Late game, almost everything's dead, everything's in combat anyway, or something like that. Maybe you pick 3 then. I don't know that there would be a place for you always. I don't know if you would ever pick 2. It's either 1 or 3, and almost never 3. That being said, euphoric is a good buff. Crit 2 hits, run, shoot, and charge. Great. So you're doing it once, but just not twice. Big rule. Rule 2, flavor fail. Yeah. Battle tactics. That was a rough one. Battle formations. What do we got? I'm told Slaanesh is pretty good, or at least like strong as an army, so we'll see. The 4 killers is actually great. An incredible buff. You can move around on a unit. An option to go hard when you want to cripple your opponent when they can't really benefit from the upside. Yeah, you just have to really think about it. Like, if you're going to do 2, there basically has to be no possibility of your opponent ever charging, right? Which you could be in a situation for. It's possible, but probably pretty rare. And it should be noted, weapons have crit 2 hits, not melee weapons. This will matter later. Depraved Carnival. Add 1 hit rolls friendly Cyberite infantry while they are damaged, or if they had any models slain in the same turn. Weird. I hate it. I mean, you'll get it sometimes. It's weird that it's damaged or any model slain in the same turn. I would have said, like, if they are damaged or are at lower than cap, you know? Like, if it's a 10-man unit, if there's 9 of them, something like that. But it's only in the same turn, which is strange. I don't know if I like that. I'll look at it later and see if there's ways to combo with this, because there might be. It's Slaanesh. Reckless Host. Friendly Heat Knights of Slaanesh Cav units can use retreat and still charge. That's a strong cavalry ability. Very strong. In addition, no mortal damage is inflicted when they retreat. Nor should it for anyone. It's kind of a bullshit rule. But okay, you get to ignore it. If your cavalry is not a glass cannon, this is really good. You're Slaanesh though, so I think everything's a glass cannon. Again, we'll have to see. Epicurean Revelers. Each time friendly non-hero Heat Knights of Slaanesh demon unit is rally, you can make 3 additional. Okay, it's like the Gitz thing. Supreme Cyberites. Add 3 to the control scores of non-hero Heat Knights while they are within the combat ranges of any friendly heroes. Godly ambitions. So this thing right here, combat range of heroes, that's not going to be a lot. Control score buffs I have found as the edition has, as I've played a little more. I was hoping that they would matter, because if they don't matter, then a whole bunch of shit is useless in the game. And I found them to sometimes matter. It's kind of like the old you can't retreat rule. Like, back in the day, there was an ability that stuff would sometimes get that stopped you from being able to retreat from them. Which is an ability that never mattered, and everyone forgot about it. Except on turn 5. When you try to retreat from them to win the game, and then they looked down their war scroll and they said, oh, you can't retreat from that unit. And then you're like, oh, because I was about to retreat from them and win the game, but it turns out I can't. So I now lose the game. 100% lose the game because of that ability. That never matters. To me, that's kind of control score stuff in 4th. It basically doesn't matter, but when it does matter, boy does it matter. So anyway, that's my spiel on that. So which one of these am I playing with? I don't know. This is a hypometer, right? For getting hype. I'm not like hyped about any of these battle formations. You rally a little harder and there's a control score thing and you add 1 to hit, but only sometimes and only sometimes. And then your cavalry can retreat and charge, which is really strong, but only if it's not a glass cannon. It probably is. I don't know. None of this sparks joy for me. It's possible some of it is good. We'll have to revisit it. but I'm not, like, excited, I guess. They can get damaged by the terrain feature. That makes this decent. The one where if you roll a 1, something happens. I mean, it's a terrible ability if played as written. Giving it to 3 units is, yeah, you lose the game then. Actually using it is insane if you in general use it once, as he said. That doesn't make it good. It's an awful buff. Or it's an okay buff you are handing out at best. Crit 2 hits is fairly weak. Run and charge is good. But your units have no abilities based unlike others, so you're handing out a buff to, like, equal it out. Oh, I see. It's best on shooting stuff. Yeah, because we found that it works on shooting stuff. But you don't like to spam shooting, which is fair. You think it's either Cyberite or Cavalcade. The others are too niche or low impact, you feel, says Bidasfa. Bidasfa. What did you say? Cavalcade or... Yeah, I mean, we'll revisit them. None of them, like, are very exciting to me. He loves his glory hog. That's a Shenmue joke for anyone. Anyway, never mind. If an enemy hero is destroyed by this unit, it has euphoric for the rest of the battle. Cool. But that's unlikely, right? Into the fray. If this unit charged this turn and the unmodified charge roll is 8 up, okay. Strike first for the rest of the turn. So, if you can look into the future and know that you will pass a big roll and get an 8 up, you could countercharge with it and completely ruin someone's entire turn. If it's on a keeper or something. Switch hats, sure. And then strongest alone. Add 1 to hit rolls and wound rolls for, well, it's more than 6 from all their friendly units. I mean, that's what I want my big combat heroes to be. I want them far away from everybody else, off on their own doing another job somewhere else. All of these are meant to be on, like, combat fighty heroes. So, alright. Without looking at the rest of the war scrolls yet, probably strongest alone. Just because if I'm gonna have a combat hero, doing something, I want it off on its own doing something, unless it's like a synergy monster. Artifacts of power. Once per battle, any combat. Once per battle, any combat. Don't like those already. What about end of turn 1? If any damage points were allocated to this unit, heal 3. Heal 3 every turn is kind of cool if you got somebody that's hard to kill. Straight 3 every turn, not bad. Once per battle, any combat. Pick a non-hero Hedonites unit wholly within 12 of this unit, so you have to be next to somebody. +1 attacks for melee. I mean, it's a good buff once a game. Phrenology voice box, once per battle. For the rest of the turns, subtract 1 from attack characteristics melee open you by enemy units when they're in combat with this unit. Hey, if you want something against Troggoths, when those rock guts charge you, and you use this shit, and now they're 1 attack a model, oof. Man, I'm striking out. I'm like not excited by any of this stuff. Maybe it's me. Spell lore. Lore of extra variance. Acidic Spite 6. Pick a friendly Hedonite Slaanesh wizard. Pick a visible euphoric unit. It has to be the euphoric. I forgot about this. So this is not limited. This is explicitly a limited spell. You cast this once. Because you ain't using euphoric more than once. I hate it. I don't like it. Yeah, you upgrade the crit 2 hits to crit mortal. What a staircase you have to climb. How many flaming hoops do you have to jump through to get one good keyword ability on your attack? Alright, so at the start of the battle round, you select one unit, and that's euphoric, which gives like an okay weapon ability, and then you cast an entire spell that is your whole unlimited spell, but it's just once because you're only going to do that, and then finally now you're crit mortal. How do you get crit mortals in Gitz? Well, you take a 120 unit guy and his squig dog, and you roll a 2 up. Okay. Neat. I don't like it. I mean, it produces crit mortal, which is a strong effect, but I'm annoyed by the shit you have to go through. I guess it's visible, at least. At least there's no range on it, right? It's a visible euphoric unit. Only his melee weapons get crit mortal. Which I guess makes sense. They don't want mortals at range. But making it the unlimited spell is, I think, I'm wounded by that. It's insulting. This thing should have been one of your one-of spells. Because even if you're choosing 3 euphorics, like, pick one, I don't know. I'm annoyed by this. Damn, can they ever get this right? I mean, a 6 is nice, at least. It's a 6, that's good. Overwhelming Acquiescence, 7. Pick a friendly Hedonite to Slaanesh Wizard. Visible, 18. Add 1 to wound rolls for attacks. Target the next enemy unit until the start of your next turn. Okay. Okay, so we have to target the enemy, but that means you can dogpile them, right? Cast on 7, it's a little hard, maybe. We'll see. 18 is a decent range, though. I mean, +1 to wound rolls and then dogpiling, that could be good. Phantasmagoria 2, A Puzzle of Flesh for Windows 98. FMV game. Cast on a 5, too. Pick a friendly Hedonite to Slaanesh Wizard. Pick a visible enemy unit within 12 of them to be the target. That's really short. Don't like it. Until starting your next turn, each time the target is picked, use fight before reactions are used. Wouldn't this be a reaction, though? You can pick a friendly unit in combat with it. The friendly unit can move to 2d3. It can pass through combat ranges of enemy units and can move in combat. So you cast Phantasmagoria on some enemy. Let me see if I got this. Alright. You cast Phantasmagoria on an enemy. Somehow you got a wizard within 12 of them. And then later, that enemy, whatever, it charges you, or it charges somebody. It gets in. Alright, now it's time to fight. And as a reaction to that fight, because that's really what this is, however, before reactions are used, you pick the friendly unit that they were about to fight, and then you, let's say you roll hot, right? You roll 6, and you can get out of combat. And now the fight ability doesn't work because they can't fight because they're not in combat. And you just saved, you did the electric slide, you know? You gave them the shibbity whoop straight out of combat. But only if you cast it and it wasn't unbound and within 12, and then later there's only 1, and then you actually roll high on this thing. Because you could roll a 1 and a 2 and then still nothing happens, right? No, even if you roll a... Hold on. No. Even if you roll a 6, they still move 3... They still pile in 3 and attack 3. So they can... It's questionable whether they can get you on a full 6 or not, but... If you roll a 5, like, it won't work. The spell happens after pile-in. Does it? It's weird that they don't use declare. Had they used declare, it would be easy, right? But they say picked to use a fight ability. That's the word that they used here. So now let's go to the rules. Okay. Where's my fight ability? Alright. Any combat phase fight. Declare. Pick a friendly unit that is in combat or that charged this turn to use this ability. So it's part of declare. Each time a target is picked to use a fight ability. So it seems like you aren't done declaring, you've started to declare, and then before reactions are used. So this is before piling in. Yeah. Pick a friendly before reactions. I would say that as it reads, because it doesn't use the language declare, it says pick, which is only the first part of declare, and it says you can't react yet. As I read this, you pick a unit, then you can move, then they do pile in. Then if you're in combat, you can do a resolve, but, you know, after that part of the declare, then you use reactions, as I read this. So because this happens before piling in, I don't think it works how they want it to work. Almost no matter what you roll on the 2d3. But this is definitely an FAQ, like, we're going to have to clarify that. If you're not within 3, they can't pile in. Yeah, but they probably charged, you know? But if they didn't, then sure. When you look at fight, the declare has 3 steps, which finish and then this happens. Yeah. It's just they could have wrote when they declare a fight ability, which would then work with all 3 of those things, but they didn't say declare, they said picked, which is only the first part of declare. Now, there's no implication that you can do things in the middle of a declare. Probably things have to resolve or react afterwards, but they went out of their way to say before reactions. It's a mess. Fix it. I don't care. I don't care, just fix it. It seems like they want you to be able to yeet out of combat before you're attacked. Right? That seems like what they want it to be sometimes, maybe. What a mess. Is this the worst spell lore? I'm not saying for, like, power. I'm just saying for, like, fun. I don't know. You think the reaction clause is because they wanted it before AoA and AoD? Maybe, yeah. I mean, there's a way to write this that makes a lot more sense. Yeah. I think how this will end up working, because it probably couldn't go any other way, especially if they're trying to be consistent, is how this will end up working is you do the full declare, however, before other reactions you do this, just so you don't waste a command, you know. So they finish their pile in and you don't have to roll as high to sneak out of combat. I imagine that's how it'll end up working. I would have just said the declare word. You got these words that mean something codified, right? So, you know. Until starting next turn, each time the target declares a fight ability. And, right, once they've declared, that's the whole thing. However, you know, before reactions or something. Anyway, moving on. I don't care. Crit Mortal's good, but it's melee only. You have to jump through too many hoops. It's unlimited, and that's like kind of insulting, because it's really only 1, you know? Anyway, spell lore sucks. It can do some things, but it's not, like, fun, I guess. That's my point. I don't think. And now we go to the manifestation lore, which has been a total waste of time, every one of these indexes I do, because we talk about the manifestations a little bit, and then I ask people what they play with, and then everyone says Morbid. But something will happen to Morbid, and possibly even manifestations as a whole, and so it helps to at least know what this stuff does in passing one time, right? Dreadful Visage. 8/6/6, it has some attacks. 6 up ward. Looks kind of funny, actually. Flensing Tongues. Pick an enemy unit in combat with it to be the target. So kind of like a rampage, maybe, in combat phase. 6 dice, each 4 up, inflict mortal damage, so 3. If any models are slain, the target has strike last. That's strong. If you put something else into it, and it's any combat phase. Alright, that's kind of cool. Oh wait, no, you can't. Sorry. You can't actually use commands on manifestations. You can't, like, in other words, you can't do this on your opponent's turn unless they fully allow you to. And so this becomes a lot worse to me. Mesmerizing Mirror, which is your terrain feature. We'll get to that in a second. Or no, it's not, sorry. Fane of Slaanesh is your similar looking from when you're only looking at half of it one. 6/5 dash with a ward. Reaction. Opponent declared a move for a unit wholly within 12 of this manifestation. Might... Alright, okay, maybe. Maybe. You have to declare it wholly, so you had to get wholly before, and then now they had... So they have to be close to this thing like 2 turns in a row. If that enemy does not end the move closer to it, inflict D3 mortals on it after the move ability has been resolved. I mean, maybe they're charging it, right? I don't know. Any movement phase. Gaze not into its depths. Pick an enemy unit within 6. Inflict D3. Then add 1 to hit rolls for target's attacks for the rest of the turn. Why are we helping them? Why do we help our enemies in Slaanesh? How come? It's hard to represent temptation in rules without falling into the browbeat trap. But I don't think we need to give our opponents bonuses. Look, if you could target your own guys with this, you would. You know? I'd take a D3 mortals to get +1 to hit sometimes. I would sometimes do that. I would give 2 of my opponent's units euphoric if it meant I could get an auto 12 charge. I would maybe do that sometimes. I mean, you would pick their shittiest units for sure, but yeah. Anyway. You gotta flip it, because you never want anyone to be able to say, I wish I could do this to myself, right? Wheels of Excruciation, and it's not just putting the damn thing together. 2d6, 4401, moves 8. Pick up to 3 enemy units that had passed across on an 8, though. I mean, you'll probably... maybe 1. Roll 6 dice for each target. For each roll that is less than the target's save, inflict a mortal. So you do mortals on people that have bad saves. If they have bad saves, it means the mortals are, like, not as efficient into them, right? Yeah, these are very bad. Possible typo, meant to say add -1 to hit. No, I think they're like, well, you just did a D3 mortal damage to somebody within 6 of this thing in the movement phase, so you got to give your opponent all-out attack in exchange. You know, the things in your book that you're doing and choosing instead of something else, they can't just give you something. They have to have a downside that makes your opponent better. Yeah, these endless spells are awful. Fane of Slaanesh. Cover impassable. 10-4. The Damned Conduit, which I now own one. Oh, it's not It's not on my desk over there. I now own one of these, fully painted. I was given it at a Adepticon, which was a sweet story. Pick a friendly HOS unit wholly within 12 of this terrain feature to be the target. Allocate D3 damage points to the target. Ward rolls cannot be made. Yeah, you have to hurt yourself. Then pick one of the following effects to apply. I think like hurting yourself for bonuses, that makes a lot of sense for Slaanesh. It's a good representation, right? Hurting yourself for bonuses. That makes a lot more sense than buffing your opponent for bonuses. Pick one of the following. Add 1 to wound rolls for combat, 1 to run and charge rolls, or 1 to casting and unbinding. Well, I guess casting, right? You have to be wholly 12 from it. Okay.
Good job, King.
It's me, Jupes. Thanks to the tier 1. 32 months. Big. Thanks a lot. The Damned Daniel, yeah. Fail combo as well with the heal 3 every turn relic. It would heal that, right? It would heal it. And I think all of your relics are like bad. So maybe you do that. I can't remember though. Let me check. Once per battle, +1 attacks. Once per battle, -1 attacks. Okay. Yeah, maybe. Unless you're trying to set up some huge big brain combo thing, right? Which, I mean, you could do it. You could do that. Alright, now we've gotten through the hard part, alright? We just read all the battle traits and the formations and the spell lores and the manifestations. And it seems like, holy shit, this is the worst army in the game. No fun allowed. Failure to understand why someone would want this. Failure to represent this and that blah. It seems so bad, right? But, we had to just get through it. Because I haven't seen them besides the one in the faction focus. But people tell me that the war scrolls are good and that the army is strong. And so it must be in the things we're about to look in right now. And by right now, heh. Right after this.
Mr. Owl, how many licks does it take to get to the
Cream.
Let's find out.
Let your fingers do the walking.
I'm Mr. Buckets. Toss your balls on my top. I'm Mr. Buckets.
What do you get when you press on a can of Noxema?
Great balls of comfort.
You get
I can't believe I ate that whole thing.
Oh, where have I heard that before? Unjustifiably in a position that I'd rather not be in.
I'm calling paramedics and your family, Mr. Miller.
You can make this creamy cheese sauce in seconds with American cheese and
cream
mushroom Lipton cup of soup. And you thought cup of soup just made soup.
Oh, yeah. Cream in the World Wrestling Federation.
Wait a minute,
and there is
more real meat. You'll be glad we made him taste better. And so will he.
And so will he. Alright. Shalaxi Hellbane. This is the one we saw in the faction focus, if I recall correctly. 5-up ward. I thought we were losing those in this game. Double wizard, you love to see it. And I should mention, as a bit of history and context here, Shalaxi Hellbane has always been so bad, forever. And so it's almost kind of justice that she looked kind of nice. This is definitely the best she's ever been in the game. 16-4-14 is still nice and fast, 5 control. Pole Searcer and campaigning eye laws, which almost kind of works. 6-2-3-2-3 anti-hero, funny. +1 red. And then 2, 3, 3, 2, 4. Battle damage, soul piercer goes down. You can make her euphoric, right? You don't have to choose a non... Yep, okay, fun allowed. You can choose anybody. You can choose anybody and anything. No companion, right? No disgusting companion keyword, which is the beast keyword of weapon abilities. So you could do crit mortals on this thing if you wanted to. It probably would end up not being the thing that you do them on, but maybe it is, I don't know. -1 from hit rolls for combat attacks to target this unit. In this edition, this is a lot better. This is a lot better than it at first glance. A lot of people be hitting on 4s now. That's a big deal. Refined Senses, cast on a 4. For the rest of the turn, add 1 to wound rolls for this unit's attacks to target heroes, and add 1 to save rolls for attacks made by heroes to target this unit. So she is a, anti-hero. Your Refined Senses. Access of Violent. What is this? Pick friendly non-hero. In these 2 fights? Okay, I thought there was yet another hero thing. Once per turn reaction, opponent declared a charge ability for a hero within 9. Yeah, there it is. There's the other hero thing. Anti-hero. If it's not in combat, it can immediately move 2d6. It just can. You can pass through the combat ranges of enemy units, but it must end within half of that hero. If it does, this unit is charged, and the hero's charge has no effect. Big. Free anti-charge, albeit with a bunch of restrictions on it. Still funny. Once per turn. Dude, she's cool. I don't know if you end up playing her in an army list, because I don't know what an army list would look like. But I think she's cool. This is like fun. Excess of violence. Once per battle. Oh, once per battle. Ew. And it has to target somebody else instead of you. Ew. What do you mean? Anti-synergy with this shit? I thought you were the strongest alone. What is this? What is this has to target somebody else instead of yourself thing? Boo. Anyway, double wizard. 16 4 up, 14 move, 5 up ward, -1 to get hit. Tons of anti-hero abilities. Fun. What does she cost? 490 is a lot. That's a lot. She almost cost 1 turtle unit. 1 TU. And you can bring up a Beguiler, and then you can put anybody in here. What is a Beguiler? An Infernal and Rapturous is a Beguiler. And the Mask is a Beguiler. And then just getting it out of the way. A Dark Egotist is the Lord of Hubris and Pain. Those are both. And then somebody else, I guess, can include them. Glucose and stuff. Oh, so probably Beguilers are... No, I was going to say Mortal and Demon, but never mind. Okay. Anyway, Shalaxi. Cool and fun. Very expensive. Possibly worth it. I don't know. Competitive players will have to let me know on that, but she seems cool and fun. Keeper of Squeakrits. I want like a rat version of this. A Skaven version. Keeper of Squeakrits. 16 4. 12, so a little slower. A little less dam. A little less... Nope, same ward, same wizard too. Okay. Same -1 to hit. Your hero phase, Locus of Slaanesh. Pick a friendly He Knights of Slaanesh demon unit that started the battle with 3 or more models and has been destroyed. 4 up replacement, okay. So it's free, but it has a high failure chance, and it's only your hero phase, so you keep just trying to roll for it all the time. And it has to be demons, got it. Dark Temptations. Once per turn army. Enemy unit in combat with it, and then pick one of the following effects. You couldn't decide? Add 1 to hit rolls. Wait, pick an enemy unit in combat with this unit to be the target. The enemy unit is then the target. How come I'm giving them +1 to hit? I thought this was like, you get +1 to hit. Add 1 to save rolls for the target. If the target is damaged, heal it. Then add 1 to the damage characteristic of Elegant Greatblade. Which starts at 2, okay. Okay, so. I'm sure somebody submitted an FAQ. But I'm a Magic player, and so you'll have to forgive me on this one. Declare. Pick an enemy unit in combat with this unit to be the target. I choose that unit. That full life unit. Pick one of the following effects. I pick the 3rd effect. If the target is damaged, heal D3. Well, it's not damaged, so I won't heal. Then add +1 to the damage of the Greatblade. There you go. Nice. That is not what they intended, but that is for sure, as I read it, how it works. Clarification clauses here. It's not that you can't target it, it's just that if it's damaged, heal it. That's an effect. As it currently works, I think this is fine. But I'm sure they don't want you to do that. They want you to give it some bullshit bonus for the thing. Your hero phase, 6. Pick up to 3 visible enemy units within 6. Within 6? Hold on. 3 visible enemy units within 6. Roll die for each. If it exceeds the control characteristic, inflict D3 mortals. Roll dice to roll dice to roll dice. And then roll some more dice. If they do make it work as intended, then is it even worth using? Yeah, if you think this will kill it. If you've done the numbers in your head and you think you'll just kill them, then yeah. You pick the +1 to hit, obviously. You never pick the save. Because it's literally counterproductive, right? +1 damage, but +1 save. You even out at best and possibly get worse. Probably get worse. Yeah, you pick +1 to hit, and then you're like, well, I hope I kill you. Anyway, I guess you can give this one like an artifact and an enchantment and stuff if you want. But that's a whole lot of points for 2 ladies. If you have enough rend, it's fine. Yeah. I don't think we do, though. You add 1 to save rolls, and then they all have defense. So they get 2 armor from that. And you have rend too. So you're breaking even. Oh, yeah, okay. And then this shit, why is this 6 inches? Holy. Why do you have to roll dice to roll dice? To then roll a dice. And then if it exceeds, then you roll a die. And it's some piddly little D3 at the end of the day. Alright. I mean, I'm probably just taking Chilaxi, right? I don't think you're probably not playing 2 giant demons for 500 some points, or almost 500. Almost 1 TU. Sinessa. 10, 5, 12. I mean, I'll look at the points, I guess, right? Here, I'm gonna put this here because I keep 440. All right, so 50 less than Shalaxi, and you can put in a trait and an artifact on the keeper, but Shalaxi is like better. Although her stuff only works against heroes for a lot of it. Remind me what the cool traits and artifacts are. Can we build your own Keeper of Secrets to make it like really cool? If an enemy hero is destroyed, the unit is euphoric for the rest of the battle. Yeah, but that's not happening early. If this unit charged and it was an 8-up, you can strike first. That's cool. But if it charged, it can always strike first, because it's your turn. Unless you're off-turn charging, but off-turn charging into hoping to roll an 8? That's 2 command points for a lot. I mean, maybe you do it anyway. I don't know. Maybe you just take it. Maybe you just take it and get into a bunch of combats. Add 1 to hit and wound rolls for this unit's attacks while it's more than 6 from all their friendly units. I mean, that's probably the one you take, right? However, you're already at the max hit. But Impaling Claws going 2s and 2s, and then wound 3, maybe. And they lost their double pile-in. Double pile-in on Keeper is just gone. So you don't really need somebody near her anyway. Maybe Strongest alone, and then... Pendant, I guess, for healing your stuff because you're a double wizard, but you're going to be far away from your terrain most of the time anyway. I guess healing is good because you're really defensive. Okay. G-Weldings with a 5CA on YouTube. Sorry I missed being beginning of coverage. Keeper or Shalaxi? Which one? Shalaxi, I think. Thanks for the donation. I appreciate it. The issue is Cacophonic Choir was really broken in 7th edition, so now it has to suck. Okay. Man, they got an elephant never forgets, I guess, in that company for some of these rules things. Somebody should let them know that how good or bad something was in the past is 100% irrelevant. Your goal is to make a balanced game today, not reparations for some goblins 8 years ago. It's to make a balanced game today, where everything is good and fun. And there's rainbows and everybody's holding hands and dancing. Anyway, yeah, I think Shalaxi out of the two. Anyway, Sinessa. What do you cost, Sinessa? 280. She can include... And you like always get the sister if you want them in Sinessa or Dexessa in their like squad, I guess. Alright, I think the worst is over. The rats chewing at the internet cords. But I think we're back. Anyway, what was the last thing you guys heard? Thanks for sticking around. Points? Okay. Okay. Damn, I was talking for a long time. Anyway. How's Caradhran? I put them in flawed, and it doesn't... I didn't find the joy in them. It's a hype tier list, you have to understand, not a power level tier list. And it didn't make me want to play him. All you have to say is Balloon Boys are more expensive than Dawn Riders. Yeah, but please consider that Dawn Riders are more expensive than Dawn Riders in the future. And that's a sure thing. Anyway, Sinessa. 10-5-12. 1 wizard fly ward. 18-3-3, 1d3 shooting combat is kind of nice. I kind of like it. Once per turn army, any combat enthralling. Pick an enemy unit that charged this turn. Ugh. And is in combat with this unit. 3 up, -1 from wound rolls for the target's attacks for the rest of the turn. Okay. Voice of Slaanesh. Pick a visible unit when within 18 of this unit to be the target. If the target is a friendly unit, add 5 to the target's control score for the rest of the turn. Good. Good. When it's good, it's good. When it doesn't matter, then obviously it doesn't matter. Target, yeah, -5. Cool, cool. Nice. End of any turn. Both turns. 18. Only within, not his power level. Cool, double Wizzy. You could take both of them for like 560 or something like that. Alright, the mainstream media won't show you that they're trying to silence me. Damn, it's been flickering on and off. I'm gonna keep going, but if the scryer rats keep DDoSing me, we'll see. Anyway, what did you hear last? I was cooking, I said cool stuff. Anyway, you almost bought their book from the last edition, you were gonna start collecting more. The roster is bouncy, vicious animals, giant spiders, Gitz is the most Australian army. I was just going through all of this lady's ability and hype list last, okay. Enthralling Splendor, it only works if you get charged, which kind of sucks. 3 up, -1 from wound rolls is a debuff. That, you know, any debuff is good, so fair enough. She's not a fighter, so having a defensive combat rampage is decent, right? Voice of Slaanesh is good. I like it. End of any turn, works on both. Visible unit within 18, not even wholly within for the enemy. ±5. Control score is 5 is a lot. And control score doesn't really matter, but when it does, it matters big time. So good range, works on both, could run a battle tactic. I like it. Progeny. And if you take both of them, she's a double wizard. As long as they're alive. Dexessa is 240 and Sinessa is 280. So like 5 something. Yeah, okay. So more than a turtle unit. Whispers of Doubt. Also, I kind of like the ranged attack. 18, 3-3-1, D3, shoot in combat, kind of like it. Fly, ward 5 up. Whispers of Doubt, 7. Pick a visible enemy hero with an 18. Ooh, has to be a hero. Add 1 to hit rolls and win rolls to combat attacks to target that enemy unit for the rest of the turn. Potentially you can hilariously dogpile some centerpiece wizard or like a battle barge kind of buff wagon thing. But it is kind of limited in that it can only target a hero. I don't know if she's worth it, probably not. Because you're already spending a lot on Shalaxi, maybe. But she does some, like, neat stuff, I guess. It's all just, I guess it's not little stuff, but yeah. I don't mind her. I don't know if the points are right, or if you're even going to do it. And then the pair. Oh yeah, that's right, this one's not a wizard, okay. So that kind of makes it, you get 2 wizards out of the deal if you take both of them. 10, 5, 12. She has some attacks as well, but not really a fighter. End of each turn, Joyous Battle Fury. If any enemy models are slain by this unit's combat attacks this turn, heal D3, then place a Battle Fury token next to it. Oh, a token, huh? Add 1 for each. Oh, until the end of the next turn. Okay, I thought we were juicing her up. For each token it has until the end of the next turn. It doesn't say you remove the tokens though, right? I guess it's part of the effect. You know, it's part of the effect, right? Alright, I think I know how this is supposed to work. Stop me if I'm wrong. You never remove the tokens, it says, right? You don't remove the tokens. But you only get the bonus underneath the effect up here, right? So you keep them forever, and then if you ever kill something, it turns it on until your next turn, and suddenly you have 1,000,000 extra. And yeah, you only benefit it once you've killed something, and then on the opposite turn, you get like 1,000,000 extra or something like that. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's how it works. Which is kind of weird, but also kind of neat that it maybe works like that, I think. I don't know. This is an FAQ question for sure, I think. While she's on the battlefield, subtract 1 from hit rolls, target this unit. Good. That's good. Because a 5-up save was kind of yikes. Fleeting Dance of Death. You can charge even if you retreat. Cool. Strong. Well, it's an ability, so you can use it whenever. Oh yeah, I guess so. There's no declare, is there? Healing and placing the token only happen if you did this, but then down here, this just happens? I suppose you just keep activating it. It's strange that it doesn't have a declare, yet really feels like it should. It should have a declare. Anyway. Redolence of Volence. If it charged, pick up to D3 other friendly non-hero demons within 12, add 1. Nice, okay. I don't know, but kind of neat. I would want to like try to play with these and see what's going on. Maybe the 5-up save just kills them or something, but weird and kind of neat, and probably they don't find their way, I bet, into any like serious lists, but I'm interested in like how they play out, actually. Interesting. And then Siledu. 250. 948. Ward 6, infantry wizard. Cool. 250 for a wizard 1. Damn. What else can you do? Some attacks. You got some attacks. 10 of them. 10 weird attacks. Deadly Symbioses. Pick friendly non-hero cyberite unit. And a friendly non-hero demon unit. Both units must be wholly within 12 of each other. Okay, so you actually need both of those. You can't only have one. For the rest of the turn, if either target uses all-out attack or all-out defense, the other target can also use it. Okay. Each time you make a non-modified save roll 6, inflict 1 mortal. Okay, whatever. Subvoit. Visible enemy within 12. Ew. Can I use commands? Okay, yeah, I never. Not once, not ever. 250? No. The Contorted Epitome. The Epitome. 4-up ward, there it is. Wizard 1. Wizard 1. The things we've lost. Opponent declared a command or retreat for a unit in combat with this unit. D3 mortal damage, funny. Swallow energy. If you make a successful ward for this, add 1 to its power level until the end of your next turn. Cool. How do we do damage to ourselves? Wait, hold on. Is fun allowed? Can I have fun? Ward rolls cannot be made for this. Fun detected and against the law. Okay, no fun allowed. Oh yeah, it's an enemy unit only. Okay. I was about to have fun, but I forgot. Yeah, no fun. Can't do it. Well, what's the Contorted Epitome? What are you at? 200. That's a lot. The Contorted paid for its sins in 3rd. No sins detected. It was just kind of good. I don't know. It's just kind of good. Is that so wrong? Feign detected. Ward 4 though. Yeah, Ward 4 is cool. But I'm looking at this, and this is a Wizard 1 with a blank War Scroll and a 4-up ward. I'll take a Wizard 1 without a 4-up ward for 110. And if it's 130, I expect a spell on the War Scroll. I don't know. Infernal and Wrap 2 Riz. Unless there's a combo so that you can always make it a Wizard 2, because you're paying for Wizard 2 with 200 points, but you're not really getting it always. Unless there's some way of dealing damage to yourself combo in here, maybe. Infernal and Wrap 2 Riz. What a cool idea for a model. Damn, I wish Slaanesh was more like this, and less like Anteaters with 7 tits and a horse. Goat. Anyway. Heartstring Laya. 12-2-2-3-2-D3. 3-3-4-1-1. Oh, that's right. You're not a wizard, are you? What do you do? Once per turn army reaction, opponent declared a spell for a wizard within 18 of this unit. So probably not. Later game, yes. If the casting roll for the spell... Oh, you just have to re-roll it. So if the spell fails, obviously you just don't. But if 2 or more dice in the re-rolled casting roll have the same value, or if one of the die is a 6, inflict D3. After the effects have been resolved. Oh, it doesn't even stop it. It might stop it. Nope. The mask. The Endless Dance. Wait, was this once per? It's once per. The Mask. 4 aboard, nice. 63412. Remove this unit from the battlefield, set it up again more than 3 from enemy units. Deployment phase. You get to place this more than 3 from all enemy units, just right next to somewhere. Staff of Masks, any hero phase. Pick one. Add 3 to the attack characteristic of the things or heal. It'd be cool if your army had like Blood Tithe or something. What do you do with this thing? In deployment, you can put it right next to some enemy. Right? And then she can like countercharge maybe. I'm trying to think of the use cases for this. You could put her next to their, like, stupid flappy 100-point BT guy, you know, and then just place her there and countercharge it and kill it, and they can't do the one battle tactic, maybe. She's a 4-up ward. She's probably annoying to kill, actually. Any hero phase, she could be at 9 attacks with this stuff, which does something. Or heal it. If her price is right, she could be like a anti-BT machine kind of thing. I normally don't go in for like heroes that aren't wizards or whatever, but isn't she a special one too? Yeah, the mask is it's a beguiler, so she's free. Hold on. She's free. 150. She might be the like a Slaanesh version of the Score Seeker. The Lumineth Score Seeker. Alright. I was thinking maybe, but too cute, and then I noticed she doesn't cost the drop, and I'm kind of in. I'm kind of in now. Like, damage 2, she can actually do stuff, and a 4-up ward will randomly keep her alive for way longer than your opponent thinks is okay. I like her. Anti-Score Seeker. Speaking of seeking, the Seeker Chariot. One of the most painful things to put together. Supposedly. The face on it. Alright. 1264. Technically has attacks, I guess. And it does the shite roll. I hate it. Has a high move value, though. And it costs nothing. Alright, we've raced pretty far to the bottom on that. For 12 move and some attacks. I'm not saying it's bad, I'm just saying I don't want to play with it. Another type of chariot. The Hellflaya. The mask rules, she's amazing. She gets you gold, battle tactics, machine, and her attacks are strong as well, 9 2-damage attacks. And yeah, she's a bonus hero. Great little anti-BT tech and gets you BTs. She is half of take the flanks and take their land on her own, yeah. Yeah, I fought against it when I was first reading it. You could see the progression. I'm like trying not to like it. But it won me over. Once it was not worth a drop, I was on board. And plus it's like a choose your own adventure kind of thing, of which I wish there was so much more in this game, unit-wise, that could do, which is here's something with neat abilities, And you can clearly see you can do stuff with it, but it's not like really explicit. It's just like, here's some tools and you can find a use for it. And you actually can. And I think units like that are interesting, as long as you really can. And, you know, sometimes you're given cow tools, and then there's nothing you can build out of it. Shout out Gary Larson for the cow tools alley-oop. 7, 4, 10. Bunch of bad attacks. These are alright, but they're companion. 4s. Ren 3. Axle blades. It's not only anti-infantry, it's anti-human fingers when assembling it, according to some people in my Discord. Pick up to 3 enemy units that this unit passed across. With a 10? Probably not. Just 1, maybe, if you start close. And then, if you slay any, you get a 5. That's how you get your 5 aboard. Oh no. So you can like charge and pass across them, but this only matters in this phase. Halfleia. 180. Bladebinger, Exalted Hero version. Wizard 1, okay. Ward 6. Whole lot of nothing up here, so you're clearly a barge. Once per turn army or movement phase. Pick up to 3 friendly non-unique Hedonites Slaanesh war machines. Oh, so this is you're supposed to play the war machine army, yeah. Add 1. It does affect companion weapons. No. I mean, I'll look at the points just to... Sure. Daemonites. You get 10 of them. 6 up ward. Oof. 1661. Alright. This is about as low as it goes. Piercing Claws. 2, 3, 4, 1, 1. Damn, and then they have this really cool art in the background here. And this cool art in the background, by the way, is not a Daemonette. Maybe it is. Is this supposed to be a Daemonette? I thought it was supposed to be a, like a hero. Damn. I wish Daemonettes looked like that somehow. Add 1 attack characteristic to this unit's Piercing Claws for the rest of the turn if it charged. Oh, good. Yeah, it has Mark of Khorne automatically. So 3 attacks. 31 attacks, 3s and 4, 1, 1. They don't have an ability over here. You have to euthanize them and then mortal woundsify them. Or crit mortal them, rather. But man, you're rolling a bunch of dice. You can get some mortals out of that. Yeah, Daemonettes are good. Wait, are Daemonettes good? Hold on. I'm surprised I said that. 110 for 10, 30 attacks. Let's go. And they die to everything, right? But whatever. Chad, is this real? Are Daemonettes good? They seem like, yeah, it's a shitload of attacks for 100 points. 110. Just throw them at stuff. I kind of like them. Infernal and Raptulus, which I've already read. I don't know why. Oh no, the thing on the side didn't move. That's right. Pardon me. There we go. We're back to Daemonettes. You could also play Bloodletters and not have to jump through 5 hoops. Apparently you love jumping through hoops if you're playing Slaanesh. I'm sorry, that's mean. That's mean. You probably resent that. Just as Gitz players resent the stupid moon ability. And how, you know, whatever army. The thing that GW thinks they like. they're average, they die way too easily. If you can euphoric and get the spell and get them in good target, you could have done that with a good unit probably. I'm paraphrasing here, yeah. Alright, true and fair. Fiends, 4, 5, 10. Once per turn army, any combat. Oh, cool, you get a 4-up strike last against them. Even on the opponent turn, maybe, with a 4-up. That's potentially very annoying. -1 from casting rolls for wizard, whatever. And it's a beast. Nope. Wait, let's look. Fiend. 3 for 150. How much do I want a 4-up strike last? Maybe. On opponent turn. I think I just want to play better and kill them, right? Yeah. This thing is so stupid. And it's got fins. I forgot about the Sega bass fishing fins. And the look at Raphael's sigh on the tail. Gugh. Get 5 of these. These are usually good because they're fast. Anti-cav, interesting. When making run rolls for it, you just get a 4. And you can run and charge if you're euphoric. I assume you cost nothing. You cost 140, okay. 15 attacks, 3s and 4s, 1/1. Kind of fast. 3 wounds, you blow up. 6 aboard probably because demon, yeah. And then glucose or scallion. Wizard 2, ward 5 up. Alright. 18485. Lear Stave of Lothshar. Shoot in combat, you love to see it. Okay. You see 2s and 2s, and you're like, alright, it's 6 damage, but please. Okay. 1 attack. No rend. This is like, this attack profile is a machine designed on purpose to make you upset when you're playing him. Someone is going to be salty about whatever happens when this attack happens. That's funny. 83313, sure. Everything's companion? Yeah, wouldn't that suck if your opponent had 1 automatic save? It's the most dissynergous like attack in the book. This guy's your Korg. Okay, I get 1 thing. Lear Staff. I'll take a 6. Okay. Gorge on Excess. Pick a friendly Cyberite unit wholly within 12. Heal 6. Big. That's heal himself too. And 18, 4, 5 up. Man's kind of a little guo. Crippling Famishment. 7. Pick a visible enemy unit with an 18. Halve move or halve run and charge rolls. I really like these things for Unleash spell. I think they're really, really strong. For Unleash spell. Huge. Maybe it's there to bait the save. If you want to call it that, sure, but they still do it and it still works. But yeah, no, you know what? Sure, we'll give them the benefit of the doubt. It's actually 500 IQ. They did that on purpose to bait your opponent into getting, spending their save on it. Because it makes sense. I could write some propaganda that made it seem like that was the case. The Grand Gourmand. A different effect applies to friendly Cyberite units each battle round while they are wholly within 12 of this unit, as shown below. Oh, Tides of Death. The effects of all previous battle rounds also apply to those units while they are wholly within 12. 1 to run and charge, 3 to control, 1 to hit, 1 to rend. Cool. This guy's funny. If you couldn't pick between, you just couldn't decide. Easy. Play Slaanesh and then run Glucose. How much of a turtle does he cost? 470, almost a turtle. Getting kind of close to turtle cost. Yeah, make a conversion of this guy in black goo. Make him the Baron. I like him. I think he's cool. What does he actually do, though? Well, this spell's really strong. You'd rather have a turtle? I mean, same. I think he's cool. I don't know. I'd like to see how he plays out. I don't think he does enough. He's a double wizard, though. And he's hard as fuck to kill. Lord of Hubis. Exquisite scimitar. You first, I insist. Pick an enemy unit in combat whether the target will accept or decline the unit's challenge. The target has strike first for the rest of the turn if they accept. If this unit is in combat with the target when the target is picked, they must attack him. Otherwise, they strike last. That's cool, because they definitely don't want to kill this guy. They want to kill the real thing, and this is like a... what's that? There's a bunch of different magic cards, like Taunting Elf and stuff like that, where you're forced to block this guy instead of that guy. I think that's an interesting kind of rule, maybe. Like a taunt effect, you know. Only the best will suffice. Your friendly Myrmidesh, Painbringers, or Twin Souls. Roll die on a 3 up the rest of the turn each time a model in the slain. Roll die 4 up. Inflict a mortal. Okay. Yeah, lure effects, in other words. The ancient lure, you know, basilisk style effect. Maybe there's some tech there with him, probably not. But maybe there's some tech there, probably not. He can be free, though, so maybe there's that. Lord of Pain. Yo, 5 up ward on the infantry heroes, though. You'll love to see it. 4 up, 5 up. Soul Piercer Mace. Share the pain. Each time you make a successful ward roll for this unit for a damage point inflicted. So on successful wards, you kick back a mortal. Funny. Funny. Disciples in Torment. Well, this unit is contesting. Add 1 to wound rolls for combat attacks by Cyberites. Okay. Still probably no. And again, both of them are free. They seem very, like, stationary, though. Oh, there he is. Sigvald. 4 up ward. 2 control. 7/3/6. 5/2/3/2/2. No ability. Powered by Vainglory. And the unmodified charge roll was a 6 up. The attack's characteristic of this unit's Shard Slash is equal to the unmodified charge roll. I think it should be equal to the modified charge roll. Just for fun, you know? Why not? Strike first if it charged. And no ward rolls can be made. Damn, he is not exciting. 260. I'm like very whelmed. I'm very whelmed by Sigvald here. This should be exciting, and it's just really not. Yeah, he gets like 7 attacks or whatever that are alright, with no ability. And you can't make ward rolls for him, and he strikes first, but only if he charged. I don't know. I don't know, man. He's got a 4-up ward, that's cool. I want to be impressed. Fiend Bloods. 3, 5, 6, 1. Some attacks. If any damage points are allocated to this unit this turn, this unit can use normal move as if it were your moving phase. Cool. Alright. Yeah, I'm just underwhelmed. Shard Speaker of Slaanesh. It's this guy. Wizard 1, 6. He has staff. He has a staff. Pick an enemy unit with an 8. 4-up, subtract 1 from save rolls. Oh, that's really, really, really good. It's also really short. And it only works on a 4-up. But if you're taking a wizard anyway. Miss Lurka. This unit successfully casts a spell until the start of your next turn. It can attack with its shadow cloaked claws. Oh, it can only attack with these if something happens? Bro, I thought he just got all those. And I didn't care. But apparently you gotta do something to get them, whatever. What do you call it? Shard Speaker? 130, hey, alright. If somebody gets absurdly close, half the time this is really good. But only on Euro shooting phase, I guess. He's technically a wizard for 130. And the melee weapon entire box here that I fully ignore, apparently you only get half of it if something happens, but I don't care. Myrmidesh Painbringers. Okay, these are the shield ones, and then these are the fighty ones, right? So there's the dual wielders, so those are obviously the offensive ones. And there's the ones with giant shields, which are obviously the defensive ones. So Painbringers, 2, 3, 3-up armor, so 2, 3, 6, Wicked Scimitar, 3, 3, 3, 1, 1. Add 1 to rend while it's contesting an objective you do not control. Okay. And you're just kind of guys. $5 for 130, 2 for 260, or 10 for 260. Okay. Sometimes you get a rend. And then what about... Is this even better? Statistically, it's pretty close. Ego-driven excess. If this unit did not charge, subtract 1 from the attack characteristic of enemy units while they're not in combat. If this unit did not charge this turn, subtract 1 from the attack characteristic of melee weapons used by enemy units while they're in combat with this. Okay, another Trog Slayer. If this unit did not charge this turn, it has 5-up ward, 1 combat. Oh. Point of order. World building note question for Slaanesh lore people. Why are the dual wielding ones the defensive ones? And the ones with big shields, the offensive ones. How come that's like that? Didn't they go through all the war scrolls and, like, give them jobs based on what they look like? I see that this one has a 3-up save, so that's, you know, there is that. And these only have a 4, but then they get a 5 up ward in combat if they didn't charge. And they have a defense buff if they didn't, again. Like, maybe there's some lore reason I don't know about. Because just looking at the models, damn, these are fucking ugly. Maximum Ugmo with these faces. Maybe their war scrolls are switched by accident. Anyway, what are people using? These debuffs seem pretty strong if you didn't charge. But I don't know if they become... Man, they just get a 5 up ward if they're standing there. It's kind of cool. I kind of like Twin Souls. 5 for 130. Yeah, I mean... Yeah, they started a 4 up save, but they get a free 5 up ward if they didn't do anything, and subtract 1 for attacks is big as well. They're pretty cheap too. They're kind of nice. I don't know if I like these guys. I mean, they look way cooler, obviously. And, you know, 2, 3, 6, 1. Some decent attacks. They're like Chaos Warriors. I suppose they're essentially the Chaos Warriors of Slaanesh. And then you get Bliss Borb Archers. 1/6/1. A Stiff Breeze kills them, but then they shoot Stiff Breezes as well. 18, 2, 3, 4, 1, 1. And Euphoria works on ranged weapons. How many do you get? Is this the weird one where it's like 11? No. I guess I must have been thinking of something else. 10 for 140. So you're making 20 shots on 3s and 4s, 1/1. Sometimes crit multiple hits or something. They're alright. Thing. Relic Bloodlore. Thanks with Big Prime. Appreciate it. TY. -1 from hit rolls for choosing attacks to target this. Okay, I suppose that is your weakness, right? But then if you make a unmodified save of 1, you just lose it. Okay. Alright, I'm like... we have to get through Slaanesh. Alright, damn, sorry about these internet issues. I have no control over it. It's just happening. Apologies. Anyway, Relic Bloodlore, thanks for the sub. It's not normally like this. Yeah, I learned that I was thinking about it. I thought I was cracking up, but actually, there was an 11th. It's just now a token that does a thing. I still like them. I still like Bliss Barbs. You can use Euphoric on their thing. That's probably good. I hate what these look like, but, I mean, this army aesthetically is just, like, super not for me, right? So, my opinions on their models are totally irrelevant. No real lore reason. Painbringers are supposed to be elite warriors, so not necessarily the anvils. Twin Souls make no sense. Because speed was their big thing, so kind of picturing them charging, yeah. Alright. Hell's Triders. If this unit charged, -3 from control scores of infantry. Cool. So they're 5, 6 with a banner? Yeah. So they charge into an infantry unit, and there's 6 of them. Or there's 5 of them plus 1 is 6. And there's 10 infantry minus 3 is 7. Plus 1 is 8. And so they have to kill something. Anti-infantry. Anti-infantry and then plus 1 charge damage. Decent number of attacks as well. Right. 15 attacks, 3s and 4s, 1, 2. Are you playing... Could you do this? Hellstriders maybe slam. Buff them all up. They have some companion stuff. Run 10. You could maybe do that. Seekers. So 3, 3, 4, sometimes 1, 2. And then companion. 3, 3, 4, 1, 1. Or 1, 2. So 3, 5, 4, 5. Okay, so these guys are just bigger. They're just big. And you can reroll charges. They don't get hornblowers and stuff, but kind of whatever. You pay how much more? 30 more? When it comes to your hammer unit, you just want to do more damage, right? More often. Maybe. And more health, too. Blissbarb Seekers have some decent shots. Very short range. Scared of that. Add +1 to rend characteristic of this unit's ranged attacks. When they target the unit you should probably be targeting. Okay. Give Slickblade euphoric. Yeah, I was thinking about that. Like, whatever. I'm like searching for a hammer that we're gonna put all our buffs on that's like fast and stuff. And so maybe it's the... And then we're down to the dreadful Visage. Okay. I've come to the conclusion that everybody else has, I think, but, you know, I would have to, like, play the army as well to figure out more of it. You can find good war scrolls here, fast stuff, damage stuff, cool little defensive ability things. Bliss barbs are good, still. Some quizzical choices. Some people who should be really exciting, but very much aren't. And, like, humongously dropped the ball on everything from this page until this page. Right? Daemonettes question mark. I consider Daemonettes to be like chaff that happens to have 30. If your chaff has 30 attacks, cool. But I don't think that's like a... I don't think it's going to be your hammer. Well, alright.